Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This evening we have a few agendas that we're going to be working from. The first agenda is going to be a special council meeting, followed by our committee of the whole, and that will be followed by ratifying all that discussion that happens in committee of the whole, which is in fact our council meeting. We're going to start off with a prayer from Councillor Frank Danch, followed by the national anthem by Mr. Joe Longfellow. Councillor Danch.
Dear God, thank you for the day you have brought us. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your kindness. Trusting you will guide us to lead and make good decisions for all our city. Amen.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Joel. As always, well done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, my pleasure.
Thanks, Joel. Members of Council, I'm going to need a motion to confirm the agenda, please. Councillor Desmarais, Councillor Bodner, are there any questions or comments to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Are there any disclosures of interest this evening? Councillor Dench.
Number 5 is the error company at my school. Interest.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. That would be number 5 in the Committee of the Whole agenda? Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Are there any further disclosures, members? With none, we are now going to have or go into the public hearing under the Planning Act, adoption of a community improvement plan under Section 28, Department of Planning and Development, Report number 2012-20, the subject, a public meeting, Industrial Community Improvement Plan. Mr. Aquilina, the floor is yours.
Good evening to you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and those in attendance this evening. Purpose of this meeting is held pursuant to Sections 17 and 28 of the Planning Act. It is considered a proposed industrial community improvement plan that has been prepared and brought before you this evening by city staff. Method of this meeting was given in accordance with Sections 17 and 22 of the Planning Act and Section 3 of Ontario Regulation 543/06. Notice was published in the Niagara this week on February 2nd, and we did place a notice in the City of Port Colborne's website. It's important to note that we have not received any comments from any member of the public. The explanation to be followed this evening, Mr. Mayor, is I will present Planning and Development Report 2012-20. We will then open up the floor for the members of council that have any questions of clarification to myself. We will then open the floor up to those members of the public that wish to address council. We'll then give an announcement respecting written notice of adoption of the proposed community improvement plan, and I will give an explanation of future meetings to be followed after tonight's meeting. This time, Mr. Mayor, I would like to briefly present Planning and Development Report 2012-20. Within that report, you will see that the proposed community improvement plan is before you this evening. As I mentioned, it was drafted by city staff, and that was a direction that council gave staff back in 2011. And so what staff had done, we did some research, we formulated the plan, prepared a draft of that, and then held an open house in November of 2011 to see what the community had to say. It was held here in the committee room number 3. It's important to note that the plan, the purpose of the plan is to create jobs, 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 and more jobs. Is to attract development, to enhance and promote economic development with respect to business expansion and retention, and to attract industry to the City of Port Colborne's lands that are zoned and designated as industrial. There are 4 programs under the community improvement plan that I will get into. it's important to note that what staff had done when we formulated the plan, we referred to the economic development report, the action plan and strategy. Within that strategy, we pulled out some of the information as to what the city wanted to do with job creation. And so a lot of that was rolled into the draft community improvement plan. As council is aware, the region of Niagara has began the Gateway Community Improvement Plan. So that process is underway. But as I mentioned to council, ours is before you this evening. Once that plan is prepared, it will be back to council for adoption of their plan, which would be approved by this council. As I mentioned, the plan is related to industrial development and growth, so it's lands that are presently zoned and designated as industrial within our urban area boundary. The lands that the region is contemplating right now are the gateway lands that include lands in our urban boundary, but would be lands outside our rural employment lands, which I know you have a report this evening talking about that. So as part of the community improvement plan, there are 4 incentive programs that are proposed. 3 of the 4 are based on tax increment financing. The other one is a development charge rebate program. There are no checks to be cut by the city of Port Colborne. So the first program is the development grant program, the business development grant program. This is for new industry to come into Port Colborne. It's based on how many jobs will be created. This program is for a minimum of 50 new jobs. There's a criteria that is set within that program that there are some checks and balances that would enable someone to take advantage of the program, but if there is an increased assessment as a result of the new industry, after 10 years, then the full taxes would be paid. So from years 1 to 7, there's a 35% reduction in the increase in taxes. Year number 8, you're looking at 75%. Year 9, 50%, and year 10, 25%. The second program is the Business Retention and Expansion Grant Program. That is intended for the businesses and industries in the city that are actually functioning, that want to do an expansion, or want to do some sort of retention program that increases their assessment. They would be applicable for the grant program under the tax increment financing based on the assessment growth that results in their development or redevelopment. That program, again, is based on 50 jobs to be created. The third program is the Small Business Investment Grant Program. This is more of the smaller scale program that is before you this evening. It's a minimum or maximum of 20 jobs. Anything less may be applicable. Again, it's related to what sectors are under the Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan. Again, based on tax increment financing. The fourth program is one that we've had in the past. This is a 100% reduction in development charges. All of these are related to the city's portion, so nothing to do with the regions or the school taxes. It's all based on what impact it has on the city's taxes or development charges. Mr. Mayor, that does briefly go over the community improvement plan. I'm sure members of council may have some additional questions to that, but again, the impetus of this community improvement plan is jobs, 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 and more jobs. That's what the foundation of it is. And I know Mr. Stephen Thompson was instrumental in drafting some of the policies that you see before you this evening. And Mr. Mayor, that does conclude the presentation on the community improvement plan before you this evening. At this time, I would like to open up the floor to any member of council if they have any questions of clarification to myself.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Members of council, are there any questions or comments? Councilor Bodner? Pardon me? What did I say? Did I say Thompson? I'm sorry. Mr. Aquilina. Mr. Thompson's next, actually. Mr. Councilor Bodner.
Can I speak to Mr. Thompson? You can. I don't want to. I just wondered if I could.
Sure, you can.
Thanks. Through you to Mr. Aquilina. Dan, good job on this, and certainly a first step into, enticing businesses into our community and people that want to expand. So just to be clear on this, this is a rebate on the portion of tax that would be assessed for someone, say, putting an addition on their building. So if they're paying $10,000 now, and they pay $10,000, or I don't know, another $5,000 worth of tax for a big addition, it's only on the 5,000 portion, right? Am I reading
Mr.
that
Aquilina?
right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Right, okay. And there's no limit? I mean, if 10 businesses want to take advantage of this, or 100, it just goes on? Or do we have a cap on this?
Mr. Aquilina?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, in the proposed community improvement plan, there are maximum amounts that are related for each program. And so depending on what is being proposed and how many taxes are applicable, then depends on how much rebates are given. But it really is instrumental to how much increased assessment there is, and that would be the applicable taxes to be rebated, so to speak. The Small Business Development Grant Program, that has a $25,000 maximum increase in assessment that is applicable. The other two are more full-fledged.
Mr. Heil?
100%.
Mr. Heil?
Your Worship, the way the tax incremental program, the tax incremental financing works, right now it's just the municipal portion of the tax. Mr. Aquilina is correct. The regional tax and the provincial tax, the school board tax, isn't affected. We're hoping that we'll see something when the region approves its CIP. But effectively what would happen is if a new business or even an expanding business, if their taxes were, say, $10,000 municipal, 10,000 region, and 20,000 province for 40,000, if they doubled that tax because of a new addition or put up a new building, so the taxes weren't 40 but 80, what would happen is through this program, because the municipal our tax would be an increase of 10,000, they would receive forgiving of taxes of $3,500 of that 10. So a portion of it is forgiven.
And if I may, Councillor Bonner, I'm going to ask Mr. Heil to explain why it's only a portion. One of the challenges that we're investigating right now with doing, I guess, for lack of a better statement, the number crunching, is the fact that not only is council through the TIF, tax increment financing, deferring the increase in tax, the increment in tax, but the challenge we also run into is deferring some of our UMF grant, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund grant. Because as you know, that Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund grant, that, by the way, we're getting $65,000 less this year because of the assessment growth we experienced. So what ends up happening is, as the assessment increases based on the investment, we defer that increment of tax. But what we're also seeing less of, because the assessment has grown, is our Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund grant. So we're actually deferring that increment, but we're also seeing less UMF grant coming back to us because of the assessment growth. So hence the reason why regionally, when we go to Queen's Park this year during Niagara Week, we're going to ask the province and request that through the Places to Grow Act, that they in fact look at that and speak with MPAC to try and mitigate that problem or that challenge that we may experience based on the incentives that we're going to be giving within the community improvement plan. Mr. Howell, do you want to comment on that?
Like he said.
Okay. Councillor.
So then I guess that any business that's thinking of an expansion, how small, or, or something, that they should be encouraged to phone you or phone City Hall and just ask if they will be, if they'll fall into any of these categories, Quite often they think, well, maybe it's not big enough or something, but certainly, I think they should be encouraged, obviously, and through this they will maybe get the message that, phone City Hall, see if they can take advantage of this.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions or comments, members of council? Mr. Thompson, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to speak to it. I'll try not to spread my germs or cough on anyone, though. The initial discussion of the industrial CIP came forward as we were presenting options on attracting wind equipment manufacturers. And one of the challenges that we were facing in attracting wind equipment manufacturers was the fact that we did not have At that time, we did not have, and today we've got even fewer vacant industrial buildings that would meet their needs. So we were looking for a way to help to attract jobs, not just jobs, but to attract investment, which leads to assessment growth as well, to Port Colborne. And that is how we went down the road of structuring an industrial CIP. So to some of the discussions about who does this apply to, it applies to industrial zone properties that meet the certain criteria that are outlined within the CIP document. And the process that we followed is not a new process. We're not the first municipality to be going down this road, but I think we've developed a series of programs here that will help in tandem with the other initiatives that we have to bring new jobs and new investment to Niagara.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I have Councilmember Mr. Heil, then I'll go to Councilor Butters.
Worship, one thing I should note, in the tax incremental financing program, and that's one of the most attractive ones because they pay their taxes and they can check back. It's structured in this policy based on the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund grant to be a wash. So as the assessment grows and the taxes would come in, the fact is because the assessment grows, our grant drops. It drops about 65%. So the taxes that would come in pay for the reduction of the grant. There would be no net increase to the city except for an increase in the investment, the spin-offs for the investment, and perhaps the jobs that come with it. There would be no tax advantage to the city for at least 7 years.
Thank you. Councilor Butters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What's the plan to get this word out to the industries in Port Colborne?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through Mr. Mayor, what we've done in the past, once the plan has been adopted, even prior to that, we try to inform as many people as possible by way of website, our newsletter, and I'm sure Stephen Thompson has actually been informing those industries as part of his mandate. So it's word of mouth, and it's collectively between the agencies, Chamber of Commerce, et cetera, et cetera.
Just to add to that, as the councilor has recognized this year, through our due diligence during budget, a lot of Mr. Aquilina's marketing budget got slashed. When did I call him? Aquilina? I'm getting Aquilina and Thompson all mixed up here.
The guy's sitting down here.
Yeah, the guy sitting over there. Okay, his budget was slashed with respect to marketing. So one of the things that Stephen and I and Robert have been talking about is utilizing a bit of my budget for his marketing needs, so that Mr. Thompson can go out there and, in fact, look at getting the word out with respect to not only the overall city, but also in particular as it relates to the incentives that we're going to offer through the different community improvement plans that we have established.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to add to that, Mr. Thompson? I think it's Thompson, isn't it?
It is. One thing I would add is that this is a tried and true method to some extent in Ontario, but this is a first in Niagara. So I'm sure that with the press in the room tonight that they'll be helping us get the word out to local businesses as well.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions by members of council? Just one final comment, Dan. Great job. I know how much work this has taken to put all this together, especially with the other 4 CIPs that you've been working on as well. So job well done to you and your staff. I have to say that the one thing that was highlighted in this report that I truly appreciate is the direction of not only going after new investment, but also looking at retaining and expanding our existing business, our existing investment, and it speaks to that. So hats off to you. Just one question. There is going to be a report coming later on in the agenda with respect to the Niagara Gateway Economic Center and Zone. How do you see this working in tandem with that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, when that Gateway Community Improvement Plan has been adopted by Regional Council, the region itself cannot adopt it under the Planning Act. So it's going to be up to the local municipalities that are under the Gateway Zone and Center to then adopt that plan. And that plan is going to actually apply to lands that are outside our urban area boundary. Because right now under our official plan policy, our community improvement project area only can be our urban area boundary. We would then need an official plan amendment to actually adopt the region's plan. So the regional program, we haven't seen the actual incentives that they're offering, but regardless of what they are, it's going to be one that this council, I'm sure, is going to support. And then we'd be able to leverage funds, or however the increment financing on the regional level is going to be, then it will also apply to any development that it increases assessed value within the city.
So essentially what we're seeing is that the report that's going to be coming forward later on in the agenda is going to ensure that those employment lands be preserved and enhanced to therefore have, as you said, more jobs. But at the same time, as the CIP for the Gateway comes down, it will augment the incentives that we're establishing this evening.
Yes, because, Mr. Mayor, as you know, that report that is later this evening, the region's thrust is not only lands within our urban area boundary, but it's the rural employment lands. This CIP before you does not speak to the rural employment lands. It strictly lands within our urban area boundary.
Right.
So whatever the regional council decides to do on those policies, and by way of adopting their or supporting their community improvement plan, would also enable not only this plan to address the lands in the urban area, but also the lands outside of the urban area boundary and the rural lands that the region would be addressing.
Great. Further comments or questions, members? Councillor Barrett, did you have any comments or questions you want to jump in? You're fine? Okay. Dan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I open the meeting up to the members of the public, I would like to read the following. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the city before the proposed community improvement plan is adopted, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision to the City of Port Colborne to the Ontario Municipal Board. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the city before the proposed community improvement plan is adopted, the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the board, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party to that appeal. This time, Mr. Mayor, I would like to open the floor up if any member of the public wishes to address council.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Is there any member of the public that would like to address council with respect to the industrial CIP? With none, Mr. Aquilina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a sign-in sheet at the back of those members of the public that may be shy and you'd like to receive a notice of council's consideration of this report. You can sign that sign-in sheet and we will give you a notice of council's decision. I would like to read the following, Mr. Mayor. If you wish to be notified of the adoption of the proposed community improvement plan, you must make a written request to the clerk. Only those persons in public bodies that give the clerk a written request for the adoption of the bylaw will be given such notice. However, as I mentioned, sign the sign-in sheet and you will be assured you will receive that notice. Mr. Mayor, the explanation to be followed. I will then present a recommendation report for council's consideration of the adoption of the proposed industrial community improvement plan. Mr. Mayor, this does conclude the public meeting under the Planning Act.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this portion of the meeting, please. Councillor Doucette, Councillor Elliott. Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Well done. And to you, Mr. Thompson, as well. Well done. Great job. We'll now move on to the Committee of the Whole portion of this evening's agendas. First off, I'm going to ask that, well, I guess I have to wait for the Secretary to get her seat and get settled. And I'm going to ask the clerk to introduce any addendum items that she has brought forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's one addendum item this evening, the addition of supplementary information circulated to members of council and staff with regard to Community and Corporate Services Report 2012-6 regarding partnership between the Niagara YMCA and the City of Port Colborne to provide aquatic, fitness, and general programming at the Valley Health and Wellness Center. This documentation will be filed with the minutes and is available to the public. It will be posted on the city's website tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Gregg. Members of council, I'm going to be looking for a motion to confirm the agenda. Councillor Butters, Councillor Desmarais, any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Are there any disclosures of interest? One was already brought forward by Councillor Danch with respect to item 5. Any further disclosures? With none, just an FYI for members of those that are watching on COGECO as well as those in the gallery. This evening we have a great deal that's on our agenda that's going to be considered by members of council. And as you may know, over the past year, 2 years, we've invested over $65 million into this community with respect to capital work, everything from our new Health and Wellness Center over on to the CIPs that we were talking about earlier and many other projects throughout the community. This evening, we're going to experience now how council is going to move forward with the operations of those different investments that we brought forward in the last few years. With that, a lot of important decisions, obviously, and I know council's been doing nothing but reading for the past week, especially over the weekend, because there is a lot of things to consider, and of course, make a proper decision. So I'm going to try and be very deliberate on how we're going to proceed with this meeting so that people can understand who are on that side of the table, who haven't had the opportunity to read a lot of these reports, and that way hopefully they can understand. But by all means, if any member of the public does have a question on any one of the reports or wants any clarification on something, please give myself, one of your members of council, or a member of staff a call to in fact give you the opportunity to truly understand a lot of what we're dealing with today, because they are very important and they do impact on the entire community, obviously. So with that, I'm going to ask council if they have any committee items that they feel requires special attention. I'm going to start off with Councillor Steele. I'm going to bounce back and forth, guys, in all fairness. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Worship. I'll bring up item number 5 for the conflict.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Item number 6.
Councillor Demeray.
Thank you. Items 9 and 10.
Councillor Bodner.
Item 14 and 18.
Any further items, members? Councillor Butters.
Item 7, please.
Any further items? Councillor Elliott.
Item 1.
Further items, members? I'm going to ask that a member of council raise item 4. If I can have someone raise that, Yvonne? Yep. I'm going to ask Dan, wherever you are, I'm going to ask you to comment on that. Item 8. If a member wants to raise that, Councillor Steele, thank you. Mr. Thompson, I'm going to be asking you to comment on that. And I believe that's it. I think we covered them all. Okay, with no further items? Is there any left? Well, 2. No further items, members. I'll ask for a motion to approve the remainder of the items, please. Councillor Demeray, Councillor Bodner. Are there any questions or comments to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Members, we're now going to move on to delegations, and these are regarding the different issues that are outlined in your agenda this evening. We're going to start off with Mr. Is it Mr. or Miss? Miss Ellis? Mr. Ellis. I always make sure now before I introduce. Mr. Ellis Katzoff, the Chief Executive Officer of Pathstone Mental Health, regarding the anti-stigma campaign surrounding mental health issues. And Alice, did you have Peter with you as well? Peter Farrington?
He sends his regrets. He was tied up with business.
Okay, great. Well, Wallace, welcome. It's great to have you this evening, and you have council's full attention.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors. I'm very respectful of your heavy agenda this evening, so I will be brief and to the point. But I do appreciate the opportunity to be here today to tell you about our anti-stigma campaign. I want to first start off just giving you a quick overview of the agency. It's a year since I've been here. Last year I talked a lot about the changes we were going through, so I just want to give you an update on the agency. As you know, we're the only accredited mental health agency for children, youth, and families in the Niagara region. We offer a broad range of mental health programs delivered by highly trained staff and volunteers. In our last fiscal year, 2010 and 11, working collaboratively with a number of partners in the community, Pathstone provided services to over 7,300 children, youth, and adults. 5.2% of our clients, or roughly 380 children and youth, as well as their parents, came from Port Colborne. In 2011, we opened 6 satellite offices across the region to make it much easier for our clients to receive our services. In Port Colborne, we provide our services at Port Cares. Last year when I met with you, I talked to you extensively about the impact of stigma on mental illness. If you remember the statistics, 1 in 5 children, youth, and adults will have a mental illness in their lifetime. And over 70% of those problems will begin during childhood or adolescence. As well, though, only 1/3 of all those people, children, youth, and adults, will actually get help with their mental illness, even though we know treatment works. And the main reason for that is stigma. People are afraid of being discriminated against, so they don't reach out for help. Tonight, I want to share with you what Pastoral Mental Health has decided to do about that major problem in our society. Last spring, we established a community advisory committee to develop the anti-stigma campaign for Niagara Region. The committee has now grown to over 40 community representatives. There are representatives from both school boards, from Sun Media Niagara, Astro Radio, Canadian Mental Health Association, the Niagara Health System, Niagara Regional Police, Brock University, Pastoral Parent Advisory Committee, COGECO, a municipal councillor, and a number of community members who have life experience with mental illness. The campaign, which launched on February 13th, will run for at least the next 12 months, if not longer. The focus of the campaign is really simple: shatter the stigma and mend the mind, or mend people's ideas about mental illness and stop the discrimination from occurring. The campaign activities will focus on directing our citizens to the website. The website is called mendthemind.ca. At the website, people will receive information about the myths and facts about mental illness, the importance of reaching out and getting help early, as soon as the problems begin to arise, similar to any other type of illness that we have, and where people can go to get help in Niagara. The website will also be a place where people can tell their stories about how stigma has impacted them. We're launching a postcard campaign, and if you can see the small little postcard here, we're distributing 10,000 of these across the region over the next year. The backside is blank. We're asking people to tell us their stories about how stigma has affected them in words and pictures and collages, however they want to express themselves. Mail this in a self-addressed postcard, and we will be scanning these postcards into the website so people can see all the different stories about how stigma impacts them. There are already a half a dozen postcards that you can see on the website. The website will also have links to many different agencies that help out with mental illness. They'll have links to articles. They'll have links to other campaigns, provincially, nationally, and internationally. They'll have curriculum for teachers in elementary and high schools to begin talking about mental illness and stigma. They'll have links to programs related to mental illness in the workplace, an issue that last year cost our Canadian economy over $54 billion, not million, $1 billion in lost productivity. They'll have information for parents who are struggling with children who have mental health problems, as well as for adults that have problems. There's a video on the website. We developed it with the contributions, donated contributions of professionals. It's a very short video. It started screening this past Saturday in theaters in Niagara Falls and St. Catharines. For the next 5 weeks, it will be shown before the feature presentations over 2,300 times. And the main point of the video is to get people to go to our website. If you can please show the video right now. I think you'll see it up on the screen.
Change your mind about mental illness. Learn more at mendthemind.ca.
We're also going to have posters like this distributed throughout the region in many different locations in schools, Niagara College, Brock University, TD Banks, and other retail outlets, and hopefully municipalities. In April, there's going to be a video contest in the high schools and a poster contest in the elementary schools. There are going to be ads in the Standard, the Tribune, and the Review throughout the year directing people to the website, as well as on Astro Radio, CKTB, and Easy Rock. There will be stories in newspapers throughout the year profiling community members, their mental illness stories, and their stigma and how it's affected them. Stories began today in the Tribune, the Review, and the Standard, and there's a two-part story that is completed tomorrow. The Sun Media Niagara and Astro Radio are sponsors of our campaign and are helping us out significantly getting the word out to the community. I'm here tonight not only to tell you about the campaign, but to ask for your support in 3 very simple ways. Please place our poster in all your municipal buildings. I've brought 25 or 30 copies for you. If you're willing to do that, I'll leave them. And if you need more, you can have as many as you like. Please place our campaign logo, the Shatter the Stigma, Mend the Mind, on your homepage of your website and have a hyperlink to mendthemind.ca. That way, anybody going to your municipal website, they'll see it. If they're curious, they'll click on it, and they'll be able to be exposed to our campaign website. And finally, if you remember last year we had the Hope Award in June, and we presented the Hope Award to Connie Constanzo, the first executive director of the first children's mental health agency in the community. And we also, for entertainment in the evening, we had Rick Mercer. Well, this year we're presenting the award to Morris Gom, a community resident who has been a volunteer for over 30 years, contributing his efforts towards children's mental health. And he's well deserving of the award. And to make the evening entertaining, we have Henry Winkler. Some of you may have seen it in the paper the past few days. Henry Winkler, as you all know, the Fonz, is quite the entertainer, the producer, the director, the writer, but he also found out, as an adult only, that he has a learning disability. Learning disabilities are a type of mental illness. It's just the brain is wired in a different way, and they don't learn the same as everybody else. He found out as an adult, but he struggled as a child. In the mid-50s, nobody knew what a learning disability was. We only learned about it in the mid-60s, that there was such a thing as a learning disability. So he found out long afterwards why he struggled so much, why he had all the stigma that was attached to poor learning. People used to say that he was lazy. He worked really hard, but math just didn't come to him. Memory just didn't come to him. He went on to write 17 children's books about learning well, he doesn't call them disabilities. He actually calls them learning differences. Because when you learn strategies to deal with them, they're not a disability, there's just a difference. The same thing with mental illness. When you learn strategies to deal with depression or anxiety, they're not a disability. They're just an illness that we cope with, just like diabetes. That you use insulin shots or diet, rest, etc. His books were so popular and his advocacy was so great internationally that last year the Queen of England gave him an award for his work around learning disabilities and advocating for kids so that they can grow up feeling normal and not being discriminated against. So we're proud to have him at the event. I'm mentioning all of this because I'm asking you, please join us. Please have a table along with all the other municipalities so we can recognize you at the event and come on out for the evening. Now, I'm mentioning it right now because although we still have a number of months to June the 8th, we are over half sold. We have sold double the number of tickets this year than last year at this time. So if you would like to join us, please call in and order a table as soon as possible. At the Hope Award, we're also going to be announcing the winners of the kids' poster and video contest and showing those efforts there. So, once again, please help us shatter the stigma and join together with Pastoral Mental Health. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I gladly answer them.
Thank you, Alice. Well done. Members of council, are there any questions or comments? Councillor Bodner.
Thank you, Alice, for doing something that makes our community much better than it could be. We have the advantage of having your pamphlet here and looking at your finances and that. How do you raise funds for this? Give you an opportunity to plug something that, may be needed?
Absolutely. The funds for this campaign have not come from our operating funds. They have come completely from the community. We have so far raised over $40,000, but as you know, public awareness campaigns are very, very costly. We've gotten a lot of donations in kind, but we are looking for further donations so that we can extend, we can run the video a second and a third time, we can have more advertisements and do more. And all you have to do is go to Pastone Mental Health, and you can find the way to donate to the campaign. And we'd greatly appreciate it from all the listeners and from the community.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions or comments? Thank you, Councillor. If I can have a motion to receive the presentation, please. Councillor Desmarais, Councillor Steele. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure we will be helping them out with posters in the buildings and the website.
That was my next comment.
Okay.
Was to ask Alice to make sure he leaves the poster as well as the campaign logo so we can get it on the website and the information with respect to the event in June.
Great.
If you can leave that with us, and we'll ensure it's dealt with.
Thank you. We'll email the logo and the event information. I'll leave some posters, and if you need more, just let us know.
Great. Alice, if you want, just email that to me, mayor@portcolborne.ca, and I'll make sure it gets to the right people. Thank you. Our next delegation this evening is Ms. Heather Kelly, Vice President of the Niagara Regional Labor Council, regarding Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, the CETA resolution. Heather, welcome. Great to see you again.
Quite interested with your discussion earlier about jobs, because I'm representing the Niagara Regional Labor Council this evening, which represents thousands of unionized workers across Niagara. We operate under the umbrella of the Canadian Labour Congress, and we promote social justice, human rights, fair labor laws, safe workplaces, and are advocates for issues that affect workers across Niagara. And workers across Niagara have been affected, as we all know. It is on this last issue which brings me here this evening to ask you for your support and action to adopt the proposed municipal and community resolution which we have previously submitted. The resolution deals with the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, better known as CETA, which is currently being negotiated by the Canadian federal government and the European Union. The Canadian Labour Congress could support an agreement between Canada and the European Union, embodying the most positive features of the European social model, including higher standards and protective regulations, but this is not in the making. Instead, CETA would constrain the ability of governments in Canada at all levels to meet their democratic responsibilities of citizens and residents. We believe that CETA, as it is currently contemplated, would negatively restrict the ability of City Council, its area municipalities, and other public institutions within Niagara in being able to make procurement decisions necessary to revive the manufacturing and public services within the area. And I will explain as I go through the resolution with you this evening. I have developed my presentation where I will read out a part of the resolution, and then I will explain why we believe that that is important. Whereas the Government of Canada and the European Union have been negotiating a trade agreement known as the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, CETA. The CETA negotiations began in 2009. A ninth and possibly final round took place in Ottawa in October of 2011. The European Union has asked that municipalities and other subnational entities be covered by brand new international trade and investment disciplines. There is yet to be an analysis done to show potential impact or value. Whereas Canadian municipalities have expressed growing concerns with trade agreements and their potential impacts on municipal programs and services and local autonomy, what we as labor advocates are concerned about are the chapters of CETA which deal with procurement, investment, and services and their impacts on our local municipalities. The Canadian government has not provided an assessment of the impact of CETA on municipal governments, although they have exchanged an initial procurement offer with the EU listing sub-federal entities that will be bound by the rules of the procurement chapter. This may tie into the municipalities, and that would explicitly tie us to the terms and conditions of an international trade agreement. Government procurement refers to the public purchasing of goods and services of all kinds. The EU's top priority is to have unconditional access to government procurement. Whereas unobstructed access to Canadian municipal procurement by both EU and Canadian corporations, combined with investment protections in CETA on government concessions related to transit, water, electricity, and other social services delivered locally, may encourage privatization and reduce economic development options for local communities. Unconditional access means that even if a municipality does not discriminate in favor of a Canadian company, the Council could still consider any local benefit whatsoever in its evaluation of a bid. So it wouldn't matter if a prospective supplier offered to train local workers, transfer technology, make investments in the community, or source goods and services locally. These offsets could not tip the balance in favor of that supplier. This would not only apply to municipalities, but also schools, hospitals, libraries, power and water utilities, including drinking water, and other public bodies and institutions. I know it was not very long ago that we were requesting area councils to consider in their deliberations when looking for services or supplies to consider those made in Canada, and even more specifically in our own region in order to encourage growth and living wage in our own communities. Potentially, municipalities could lose their freedom to bring privatized services back into the public sector, or they could face compensation claims. Companies claiming their investment rights were compromised would be able to sue municipalities for future loss of profits through investor-to-state arbitration. Whereas the provincial and territorial governments have been actively involved in negotiating CETA with the European Union, it has not been the norm for international agreements to cover municipal governments and their procurement policies, such as the ones now proposed by CETA. Currently, procurement practices tend to be open and transparent, but municipalities still have the power to ensure calls for tenders require some proportion of goods and services to meet some local benefit. Improving transparency and accountability does not require sacrificing the contribution government procurement can make to social, environmental, or economic goals. It has been reported that the CETA would apply to all municipal contracts above thresholds of $300,000 for goods and services and $8 million for construction. The 80-20 guideline, while 80% of municipal contracts are under these thresholds, the 20% which are over represents 80% of the value of all procurement contracts. If municipalities must follow international trade and investment rules when they issue a call for tendering, it will affect the largest contracts, and these are precisely the contracts, whether European or Canadian, that large corporations want to have access to. So in our therefore, be it resolved that Council request that Ontario issue a clear, permanent exemption for the regional municipality of Niagara and the city of Port Colborne from the Canada-EU CETA, and it otherwise protect the powers of municipalities, hospitals, school boards, utilities, universities, and other sub-federal agencies to use public procurement services and investment as tools to create local jobs, protect the environment, and support local development. And that municipalities such as ours recognize the role procurement can play in achieving social goals and currently do not evaluate on the basis of the cheapest bidder only. Best value for the community includes strategic procurement, providing a market for innovative new technology, equality and social justice goals, local job creation and employment equity provisions, fair wage policies, and food security. European companies are also seeking right of market access to provide public utilities such as public works, water, services, electricity, roads, ports, airports. And this will not mean municipalities must privatize, but it will offer global operations a foot in the door, and once they are in, it could potentially expand their presence to the detriment of our own local workforce. Companies also want protection against expropriation, very broadly defined as any government action which diminishes the value of an investment or deprives the investor of market strategies. That Ontario disclose in its initial procurement services and investment offers to the EU explain the impacts CETA would have on municipal governance and give MUSH sector entities, municipalities, university colleges, school authorities, and hospital authorities the freedom to decide whether or not they will be bound by the procurement, investment, and regulatory rules in the agreement. CETA rules would mean municipalities abandon government procurement for development when dealing with European suppliers and every other supplier. Municipal governments should be able to use tools at their disposal to advance decent work and local job creation projects and local training and education. Municipal governments should be able to continue public services as they are currently delivered, and any new public services should be created without reservation and without negative impacts from a trade agreement. We must have the authority to favor public delivery of services such as water treatment and distribution without fear that such a policy would be considered a barrier to trade in services by the EU companies. Municipalities should have a clear and permanent exemption from CETA. Our provinces, territories, and local towns and cities must retain the policy space they need to use public money in support of sustainable local economic development. Otherwise, administrative burdens on municipalities would become even more onerous. Time limits on tendering would have to be extended. Capacity to process large number of bids. Reporting requirements would increase, review of complaints from unsuccessful bidders, defending decisions, risk of litigation, legal defense, possible suspension of procurement process during the complaint stage, possible payouts and monetary compensation. I realize much of this is not so very different than how our bidding process may currently work. However, these arbitration tribunals would now be at an international level and would seemingly become much more onerous than what we have already experienced. This resolution we're asking be sent to the Ontario Municipal Association and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Ontario Hospital Association, the Ontario University Association, and the Ontario School Board Association, and any other relevant bodies for consideration and circulation. We believe that it's important that the broader public sector be informed of what CETA will mean for them as well. To be clear, we are asking you to adopt this resolution and to encourage other local municipalities and regional government to do the same. Further, we ask that you act on seeking support by the province of Ontario to exempt our municipality from CETA, and further to disclose the impact CETA would have on municipal governments. Further information can be found at the Canadian Labour Congress, and in my speaking notes I provided various websites which I'll leave behind. A briefing paper from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives has been prepared, as well as the Council of Canadians have prepared information on CETA for you to review. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Well done. Members of Council, are there any questions or comments? Councillor Doucette, Councillor Bager, and Councillor Butters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. There is a sector of the Canadian provinces, I believe, that has already opted out and has asked to be opted out, if I remember right. Can you tell me who that is?
Heather?
I know that, I don't know across the provinces. I know Ontario.
Okay.
I know that there has been one proposal submitted in Charlottetown in PEI. They have asked to be opted out.
And I also believe that BC has also done the same thing as well. BC has asked to be able to have the municipalities opt out of this whole process for exactly what you were talking about. There is a concern right now that we will be tied into an international agreement that will hurt and considerably interfere with the processes that we presently have, which means we will have to rewrite policy and so on and so forth to be able to adjust to it. And if those two areas, the PEI is doing it, and I know BC did it, okay, because that's what I was told, and I've looked it up, and they have. Maybe we should start the ball here. I definitely believe that labor should be protected, jobs should be protected, and this may be something that will interfere with that, and interfere with even our way of investing here in our own city. And I don't want that. I don't believe it's fair, and I think we need to do something about it.
Thank you, Councillor Doucette. Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly this is pretty comprehensive, and I don't know that we've got all the information we need, but you know, this is a trade agreement, and 1 in 5 jobs in Canada are created by trade. So, you know, this is not a one-way street. You know, there's $11 billion gross domestic product increase for Canada with this agreement. So some of our manufacturers will certainly be over there doing the same thing you're afraid that they're going to be over here doing. So, you know, there is a trade-off here, and I don't know whether we got, you know, both sides of the street. And, you know, if we open this up to exempt this, exempt that, we may not have a trade agreement at all. So I'm not saying that it's perfect, but I don't know whether I totally disagree with everything. And certainly, I think it's $340,000 goods and service exemption and $8.5 million for the, you know, the larger projects. But you know, certainly a lot of small municipalities would be right out of that league. And I guess if someone came in and bid to build a health and wellness center for $2 million cheaper than what we got the bid for, we might have considered that. You know, taking everything into consideration. So I don't know that we have all the information to make a, you know, an agreement on that, and I'll wait to hear what everybody else has to say.
Thank you, Councillor Bodnar. Councillor Butters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if I could ask, perhaps through you to Mr. Heil or anybody here, if we have received any information from the FCM on this. It would seem to me that with this kind of agreement, that could have such an effect on the procurement practices. I would think that FCM and that bunch of municipalities would be, there should be some information coming out of the FCM.
Thank you. Mr. Howe?
Your Worship, we were doing some preliminary inquiry. I know the clerk has some information, but not everything. What we'd like to do, and before this is actually considered in whole, is to ask FCM and AMO, as well as the minister and the federal government itself, but what the position is and how municipalities are going to be impacted. What is the gain and what is the loss, if they can put it to us. It's very comprehensive. It's far outside of the scope of municipal government, but yet it may have an impact. So what we'd like to do, if possible, Your Worship, is to do a little investigation and bring at least the correspondence back from FCM and AMO and from the federal minister and from the Prime Minister himself to see if we can find out what it all means to us.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. And if I may add, and we spoke about this earlier, actually not only earlier today, but this past week. And as members of council do recognize, we try to provide some information from my office to you with respect to this issue. Mr. Howell is quite correct. It is a very comprehensive issue. I'm sure Heather is aware of that as well, and she's been doing a heck of a lot of work on behalf of your organization. But I think in all fairness to members of council, I would recommend to council that we refer it back to staff for a report back to council. Now, having said that, the region has taken the same initiative, so I don't think staff, I can see staff looking at me going, okay, how much time do we have on this one? Because I know you guys are busy. But I think that to not reinvent the wheel and to share the resources that are available here regionally, that if you can discuss with Mr. Hutchings at the region, who's been tasked with this initiative to bring back a report to the region. So I think working together with the region to bring a report back both regionally and municipally would be appropriate. And then, in fact, council can then consider the recommendation that's being presented before us this evening with some more information, as Councillor Bodner alluded to, more information attached to that. Councillor Butters?
My other question would be then, what is the timeline that we have to work within? Because these negotiations at least that level seem to be coming to an end. So how much time do we really have to accomplish that and get our input in there?
I can't answer that. We're going to try to get at right away. I know that the clerk has a letter already, if I'm not mistaken, or we have a letter from, I believe, the minister that says municipalities aren't going to be affected. Something along that line. It's brand new stuff today. While we're scurrying, we just don't have it pulled together, and that's why we need the time to get it for you.
Again, if I can add, regardless of timelines, the key here is to make an informed decision. Councillor?
I was only going to add that because it is a complex issue and some research will have to be done on it, but I don't think it would be out of order for a letter from the mayor's office to go to at least our MP stating our looking into this matter and that a decision will be forthcoming from this council and that we have concerns that we want to have answered.
That's
so
fine.
I don't think that would be out of order.
That's fine. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Doucette?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. AMO has put out quite a few things, especially in the past, I'd say 2 to 3 months. I've been following it for the past 2 to 3 months. AMO has put out quite a few pieces of literature on CETA. I haven't gotten to everything. I haven't read everything, and I'll admit to that. But they do have material on CETA, and they report on it, and they are following it very closely. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. And so if I can entertain a motion, please. Councillor Steele?
I'll move to refer this back to staff.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Desmarais. If we can add to that, I'm going to ask for leave, by the way, so we can accept that motion. But if we can add to that motion that we, in fact, have staff work with the region versus trying to do, 2 separate processes in each different silo. We might as well work on this together, hopefully, that we can get then to all the municipalities in Niagara, including the region, a consistent message and hopefully a consistent resolve to this. 'Cause I'm sure you're going to all the municipalities. Yes, so I think that consistency would be beneficial with respect to getting the word out one way or the other. And probably more than likely, I'm sure that's what you're looking for, that strength in numbers. Great. Thank you, Heather. I have a motion. I'm going to ask for a motion of leave first, please. Councillor Steele, you had your hand up. Councillor Butters. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. To the main motion. Councillor Doucette.
I was just wondering if we could add a friendly amendment to that to send a letter out, as Councillor Butters has asked, simply indicating that we have concerns. Is there anything that our MPP and our MP in the area knows about? Can he direct us towards any information? I think that we as a council should at least put it down on the books that we have concerns. We're not saying we're against it totally yet because we don't have all the information, but we should be sent. I'd like to add that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Is that fine, Councillor Steele? Councillor Desmarais? Good. Further questions or comments? Councillor Bodner?
I think Councillor Butters asked if there was a timeline. I believe this is to be, they want to conclude this by summer. So there is some urgency to getting it done.
Thank you. No further comments and questions? Heather, thank you very much. I appreciate your time this evening. That would be great. Wonderful. Members of council, all those in favor of the recommendation? Opposed? That would be carried. Thank you. We're now going to move on to our final delegation this evening, Mr. J. McJanet, the principal of DeWitt Carter School, regarding support of the 100th anniversary of DeWitt Carter School. Jay, welcome. It's great to have you out tonight. Just want to press the button there and you're good to go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. As the mayor said, I am Jay McJanet, new principal at DeWitt Carter this year. And this is located on 435 Ferris Street in Port Colborne. I'm here with a member of our school community, Tricia Dickey, representing our school and the many faces that have entered and left the doors of DeWitt Carter, as it is turning 100 this year. In 1912, the school board built a 4-room brick house on Fair Street to service students on the east side of the canal in Port Colborne, and it was called the East Side School. It was used as both a public school and a high school until 1921 when Port Colborne High School was completed. The school had additions added to it in 1919, 1924, 1929, and in 74-75 the office and gymnasium were built, as you see it now. The school was named DeWitt Carter Public School in 1950 in honor of Mr. DeWitt Carter, who was a mayor of Port Colborne. On Friday, April 27, 2012, in conjunction with the District School Board of Niagara's Education Week, we will be celebrating 100 years of excellence at DeWitt Carter. On this day, we will be bringing past and present DeWitt Carter Dragons back to the school to relive some history. We have made this a teachable moment for our students in the school by including this monumental event into our curriculum. And just as a side note, we have assigned classes certain decades that will span 100 years, and as people come to our open house on this day, people will be able to see the progress and some of the neat things that happened in certain decades. So it's a great opportunity to make history alive for our kids as well. We have asked and are going to continue to ask alumni to bring in artifacts to make our history come to life for our kids. So why we're here today, at this time we are asking the City of Port Colborne to help in our advertising of our celebration. Much like what is done for Canal Days, we're asking if this could be possible for our school and students. Banners that publicize our open house would be much appreciated for an event that celebrates DeWitt Carter and its city of residence, Port Colborne. In addition to this, we would also ask that we have some invitations for all council to please come and enjoy this special time for us. We're going to coincide with our Family Fun Night, and our Family Fun Night, I'm sure you've heard of it, apparently is pretty popular and a pretty famous event at DeWitt Carter. We're going to have it all in one day. We'll have live music, we'll have lots of treats, lots of games, lots of surprises that could be coming still. We're still in the planning stages. We have a meeting tomorrow night. But it is something that is exciting for the city, but it's also exciting for our students, and that's why we're here. And being in a public institution with limited funds and those funds being allocated to our students, we're just asking for a little bit of help and also to get you involved to become part of it, to have that true sense of community. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jay, and 100 years, wow.
It's a long time.
Actually, my grandmother and my father and my grandfather went to that school, and that was way, way back. And I'm sure many of you folks have relatives, if not yourselves, that went to that school as well. But yeah, that DeWitt Carter is the school in Port Colborne that's been around for quite some time. But I can say with a great deal of confidence that the support that you need from the city, you'll get it. However, when it comes to the expending of funds, I think we'll have to discuss that to see what Mr. Makins or Mr. Sinez might have in their respective budgets for funds with respect to banners.
If we could ask council members that have kids at DeWitt Carter, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, if Mr. Makins, I'll look at you, Mr. Makins, as part of Community Services, can contact DeWitt Carter School and be very specific with respect to what they're looking for. And we can attach a cost to it and bring it back to council as our budget's already completed. And then we can take it from there. But everything else that you discussed, Jay, you got it. There's no question that you got a council and a community, for that matter, that's fully behind not only DeWitt Carter School, but of course this year's celebration. So whatever we can do.
We'd love to see all of you there too.
We'll be there.
That'd be great.
We'll be there. I got a lot of ideas, pies and faces of the councilors to raise some money.
Are you volunteering?
The councilors. The councilors.
We have the mayor slated for the
By
dunk
all
tank.
means, no problem. I do it at some of the other schools, but again, whatever you need, you got it.
That's great. Appreciate it.
And of course, I'm sure members of council will be in attendance that evening as well, myself. So, Councilor Butters?
I just wanted to add, my kids went to DeWitt Carter, and I worked there for about 10 years and volunteered there as a parent, and it was a wonderful school then, and I know it's still a wonderful school. So anything we can do to help, count us in.
That's great. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Councilor Bodner?
Thank you very much. And Jay, just on behalf of all council, the mayor's been known to shave his head for good causes. So just thought I'd throw that out there. So, yeah.
I'm skilled at it now.
I'll help you.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Ron.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, I imagine it's already been thought of, but we'll have that information on our website, I would imagine, doing that.
That'd be part of it.
And
yeah.
my wife went to that school too, but I won't say what decade that was.
Please don't.
Save yourself, Ron. Save yourself. Any further questions or comments? So Gary, if you can make contact with Jay or a member of his staff, that would be great, and we can get a number on that. But everything else, Jay, like I said, you got it 100% behind you.
Greatly appreciate it.
Just, pick up the phone and give us a call.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Guys. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And by the way, Jay, before I forget, welcome to the city. Welcome to the city. Where are you from?
I'm originally from Sault Ste. Marie.
Oh, so you're actually...
Same type of... you can't
Well, welcome. Welcome. We look forward to working with you, Jay. Thank you. Members of council, I'm going to move on to, if I can have a motion to accept that presentation, please. Councillor Danch, Councillor Bodner, are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. Members of council, we're now going to move on to my report. And as you may know, over the past few days or few weeks, there's been a great deal of interest with respect to the future of South Niagara's healthcare, in particular, our community's interest in providing leadership for continued collaboration. So therefore, I felt it necessary this evening and appropriate to add clarity to the intentions of the South Niagara Healthcare Corporation. I know there's been everything from an editorial to in the Trib and Standard to questions raised by different municipalities in South Niagara, as well as clarity that they're requiring to be a part of the process, which I understand from both the media and as well as the municipalities, the need for that kind of clarity, because quite frankly they haven't been part of the process, although we wish they had. They haven't. And so therefore, I thought it might be appropriate this evening to add just a few comments with respect to the South Niagara Healthcare Corporation. The South Niagara Healthcare Corporation is in fact a corporation that received corporate status back in 2008. When the Hospital Improvement Plan was released, the corporation was developed as a means of developing a tangible plan that would meet the healthcare needs of our residents here in the city of Port Colborne. The South Niagara Healthcare Corporation is a private, not-for-profit, without share capital corporation pursuant to the Corporations Act. The establishment and operation of this corporation was for all interested persons in South Niagara for the purpose of 1. The monitoring, investigating, analyzing, researching, and examining and studying the healthcare needs of residents of South Niagara and the surrounding areas. The monitoring, investigating, analyzing, researching, examining, and studying the provision and availability of healthcare services and hospital services to residents of South Niagara and surrounding areas. 3rd, the reporting, commenting, and otherwise providing input, advice, counsel, information, opinion, and suggestions regarding the healthcare needs, healthcare services, and hospital services available to the residents of South Niagara, and to be one voice to applicable government bodies having interest in such matters. And finally, the fostering and advancing of communications to the residents of the communities of South Niagara with respect to the provision of and availability, but most importantly, the alignment of such healthcare services in all South Niagara communities. To date, the City of Port Colborne, along with the South Niagara Healthcare Corporation, developed a response to the Hospital Improvement Plan and developed a clinical services plan for community-based primary health care and their needs. The South Niagara Healthcare Corporation has developed a positive working relationship with many local physicians, if not all local physicians, and ancillary healthcare providers, as well as the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, the Local Health Integration Network, and the Niagara Health System, and most recently, through my office, with Dr. Kevin Smith, the provincially appointed supervisor for the Niagara Health System. We have most recently initiated a pilot project for interprofessional care in partnership with the Niagara Regional Campus of the Michael G. DeGroote School of Medicine's Regional Assistant Dean, Dr. Carl Stobie, as well as Dr. Jennifer Everson, the physician lead, clinical planning and integration of the Hamilton Niagara Haldeman Brandt Local Health Integration Network, and of course, our local physicians. This project is being delivered in a manner that is engaging all of our physicians, key in this process, to engage all our local physicians as well as those medical professionals that are affected on a daily basis. This includes ancillary healthcare providers. Additionally, we have begun a health literacy project to educate our communities on the way healthcare is delivered today. We believe that providing strategic healthcare communications to our communities here in South Niagara with the collaboration of all will not only benefit South Niagara, but will be beneficial to ultimately to a healthier Niagara region. Additional initiatives taken on by the corporation include continued discussions with respect to the hospital improvement plan, recruitment of new physicians and allied health professionals, enhancement of community-based primary health care, and continued community health education, establishing partnerships, a new South Niagara hospital, and equally, if not most important, continued collaboration. The South Niagara Healthcare Corporation is in fact a forum for positive discussion on all healthcare matters. It ensures alignment, collaboration, and drives best patient outcomes for our communities. A streamlined approach to both acute and non-acute healthcare services is in fact necessary, and the South Niagara Healthcare Corporation offers the benefit of relationship building with the current available resources while contributing to overall healthcare solutions. We have now grown beyond our city's limits here in the city of Port Colborne and must in fact work together with our neighboring municipalities within South Niagara, bringing together our medical faculties and members of our respective communities to move forward with a vision that will benefit South Niagara for future generations. Therefore, we have respectfully requested representation from all South Niagara communities, as members of council do recognize, to ensure that the healthcare needs of all South Niagara are being met through positive discussion on all healthcare matters, resulting in solutions for both South Niagara and contributing to solutions with respect to healthcare for the overall region of Niagara. So with that, members of council, do you have any questions or comments? Wonderful. Once again, I hope that adds some clarity to some of the ideas from those out there, in particular members of the media as well as members of different communities on healthcare matters here in South Niagara. More importantly, the leadership this community is trying to put forward with respect to collaborating on those very healthcare matters. So with that, we'll now move on to the Regional Council's report. Councillor Barrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you have a busy agenda, so I'll try and be brief once again. A short time ago, I was here talking briefly about the 2012-2015 Niagara Region Council Business Plan. So I'm here today just as a friendly reminder that the materials are out and the information is online as well. I'm going to leave a copy of this with staff here, so it'll be in your minutes and for you to take a look at as well. One of the themes and actions within the council business plan, which is essentially a blueprint for the next 4 years of regional council direction, is governance review. And so as Mr. Mayor, as you know, regional council met. One, we did a survey, and secondly, we had a separate session to talk about just that governance. And what I have as well today is a copy of the council survey results. I'll also leave this with staff for your minutes and perusal. Two things I want to get out of this particular council survey result. 24 councillors responded, and there's a series of questions, and governance review is sort of broken down into three streams, for lack of a better term. One is service delivery reform, council structure reform, and internal governance reform. And although most of the media attention was on council structure reform, the majority of councillors within the survey noted time and time again that they wanted to see service delivery reform as a priority. Again, it's not as sexy as a topic as council structure reform, but I believe, and I suspect the majority of councillors believe, that the efficiencies lie within service delivery reform. Moving forward, that's one of the areas where I would like to see pursued. The other item of interest is really how we're going to tackle it. We had a couple of options of moving forward, as we did with economic development, and moving forward with a task force or a special committee. But thankfully, the majority of council agreed it should be moved forward as council as a whole looking at it. So it is something that we all have to have a say in. And certainly here today to keep you informed as well as we move forward. The other item tonight, Mr. Mayor, is the region started this year doing quarterly reports, quarterly financial reports, and the December 2011 report is out. It's not a quarterly report, it's actually an annual financial update. So I'm just going to speak to that just briefly. The Niagara region concluded the year 2011 with a funding surplus of $11 million. This surplus represents approximately 1.5% of the region's gross operating budget. The surplus is being generated mainly from increased investment income, maximization of ministry funding, and increased Niagara recycling revenues due to favorable recycling market prices. The region is projecting reserve and reserve fund balances of $235 million before year-end transfers and $247 million after year-end transfers. The region continues to balance taxpayer affordability and with sustainability. The region's surplus will be used to lower the 2012 tax levy and support future capital investment as approved by council. So that aside, we also received a report this month regarding the region's credit rating. I'll speak to that as well, if I may. Standard & Poor, S&P, performs an annual credit rating review of the region in order to assess the credit rating. The determination of the credit rating is an important component of Niagara Region's financial management in that it impacts the interest rate that is imposed upon debt issued by the region, as well as local area municipalities, including Port Colborne. S&P assigns credit ratings to single-tier and regional governments based on qualitative and quantitative analysis of a range of financial, economic, managerial, and institutional factors. Over the last number of months, S&P was provided with relevant economic and financial data. On February 2nd, S&P reaffirmed Niagara Region's AA stable rating. S&P noted economic sector problems, from continued weakness in global demand and currency fluctuations resulting in high unemployment rates than the provincial and national averages, a stagnant job market, lower per household income, and slow growth population. S&P recognized the region has recently revamped its economic development functions and is focusing on attracting investments that can leverage the region's good transportation links. S&P noted that although their outlook for the region is considered stable, it could be revised to positive, or the rating could be raised if reserves were to strengthen and the economy and job growth in the region was to improve. Conversely, if the economy worsens, reserves decline, or debt burden increases, the rating could be downgraded. And so that's why I believe it's important for us to continue to work together as a region, as well with our private partners. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership in this vein as chair of the Economic Zone, the Gateway Economic Zone Committee, as well as this council for moving forward with the industrial CIP that we heard about earlier this evening. And speaking with regards to the economy and the region's revamped economic development strategy, we are in a feedback period for the new model of regional economic development. Many of you may have heard already, or perhaps through media outlets, that the benefits of the new model include a mandated accountability for actions and outcomes, support for increased collaboration and cooperation among all stakeholders, emphasis on sector expertise, and improved responsiveness to unforeseen opportunities. Essentially, we would like to see attract investment from outside Niagara, retaining and expanding existing businesses, and starting up new business. This feedback period extends until March 31st, 2012. Most of the information is on the region's website. However, you can contact, I believe, Stephen Thompson. He'll have that information as well, and City Hall. So that's my report for this evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Barrick. Well done. Members of council, any questions or comments? With none, thank you, David.
Thank you.
Members of council, we're going to move on to yourselves now for any new business or councillors' items. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sure councillors noticed that over the last few weeks there's been some more articles in the local papers with regards to gas prices. One is Mayor Diodati from Niagara Falls, who talked about this issue. He was a city councillor there. The newspaper had called me back, Alan Benner, with regards to a follow-up and what we had learned so far. I did have a meeting last week with the CAO regarding the Competition Bureau. I'll allow the CAO to give us a bit of an update on that. We don't have all our answers yet, obviously. But I do want to thank all the public members that stopped me at grocery stores, Avondale's, gas stations, phoned my office, phoned me at home. It is encouraging. It is on people's minds. It's on the business minds within the community of Port Colborne. And I was encouraged on Sunday afternoon. I was on my way to Wasaga Beach for our Bantams who started their semifinals for the OMHAs. They're the defending champions. I left town. I saw one price at one of the stations at $1.24. I proceeded through Welland. They were a penny higher. Yet when I came back at 1 o'clock in the morning, lo and behold, the same state, 2 or 3 of those stations went up a nickel over and above what Welland was. So I was encouraged, and then I was very discouraged how our price is fluctuating a lot more than what they are in other communities. I was in Hamilton today. I'm back in school for a week. That's tough, believe me, after 30 years. 30 years since I last attended full-day school. And that was at post-high school there, Councillor. So, but I noticed in Hamilton the prices are around the same price there in Welland, Waynfleet, and we are still that nickel or so higher. And it does bother me, and it really bothers the public. So if the CAO could give us a quick update on the Competition Bureau, I'd appreciate it.
Councillor Steele. Mr. Howe.
Your Worship, we had initially written to the Competition Bureau, had a response back, and the council is aware that the response came back and says, well, what's the evidence? You know, you have to provide us with evidence. And I was trying to gather evidence about, you know, well, look at all the prices. There's got to be some evidence here, perhaps, just basically in the price. And that's insufficient. Council is aware, I guess, some of the material that we've been sending out. But what I did last week, again, I took photocopies or scans of the articles and shipped them back to the Competition Bureau again, and asked them to please comment, provide us with some report, especially when they showed a picture of a pump of $1.27 in Port Colborne and $1.21 or $1.22 and another municipality 5 miles away. There's something there. And I put it that way. You can't tell me that something isn't going on somewhere, maybe not here, but maybe in the adjoining municipality. Something's wrong someplace, and asked them to respond. They acknowledged our letter and our most recent correspondence, and they will be formally responding to us, hopefully, shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Any further new business or councillors' items? Councillor Demeray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 2 items. One, I'd just like to say that EVAC, that's the East Village Action Committee, held a home show this weekend at Community Living on McCrae Street, and it was extremely well attended. The business community came out in force. They had a lot of giveaways, a lot of product demonstrations. CNP came out and explained the hydro rates and how that will come into play with the smart meters. The region came out and supplied people with new gray and blue boxes where it was needed. All kinds of information was given, and all in all, it was a great success. And I just again like to thank the business community for taking part and the organizers for doing such a great job. I know they're planning another one for next year, so I'm sure it'll be bigger and better. So that's one thing I wanted to speak to. The other one is possibly through you to Gary Meekins about user fees and permits, noise bylaws, that sort of thing for community groups that are definitely non-profit. Okay, do we have anything built into the process? Is there anything in the policy that will speak to them? They're having a difficult time with the events that they normally would plan because these are non-refundable fees, and that's causing a problem. so possibly we could, you could bring some information forward on that?
Mr. Makins?
Certainly, the fee for the noise exemption bylaw is actually through Dan's division or whatever, so I'm not sure if you can.
Thank you, Mr.
Yep.
Makins. Mr. Eckler?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Council passed the bylaw fee for the noise exemptions, and it really should be at $300. There was an error when the bylaw was actually signed, so it should be $300. But if council wants to revisit that, then certainly there needs to be a direction, because the bylaw was just recently passed by City Council. But there's going to be a memo provided that does acknowledge that it should be $300 and not $450 at present.
Councilor?
And that is certainly one of the things I'm speaking to. But I'm just wondering if we could maybe rethink it. Possibly staff could give us some options to deal with nonprofit groups. Even $300. These are groups that put events on because of the chair. They go out and look for funding from corporate sources and that sort of thing. We're asking them now to go find an extra $300. So they don't have this money, and they provide services and events for the community that the community would not have otherwise. This is going to change the face of our summer events program entirely if we don't find a way to solve this problem.
Okay. On that, Councilor Doucette?
Just a perfect example of that, by the way. Every kid in our community puts on a big activity at the end of August up in the East Village Park. Okay? If they have to pay $300 to be able to get this noise bylaw thing passed through for them, that takes $300 away from the kids, because all the money that they have goes towards giving the children, before they start school, backpacks, shoes, whatever it is that community needs. And if they have to spend $300 on that, then that's $300 that does not go to the children. That's the bottom line. We have to find a way around it. We have to. We have no choice.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further comments or questions on that? May I suggest, Councilor Desmarais, that you ask for direction from council to have staff provide not only the report itself that you passed, but as well the possibilities of amending that report to include not-for-profit groups?
Okay, thank you. Actually, I would like to do that then. If we could ask staff ask council.
Okay, does council have a problem with that? Okay, I see Councilor Bodnar putting up his hand, so I'm going to ask for a motion. Okay, so first of all, if I can ask for leave. Ashley just loves when I do this. Bill and Barbara, all those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. Now, to that motion, moved by yourself, Councilor, seconded by Councilor Doucette. Councilor Bodnar.
I think I'd just like staff to put in there that if there is staff time involved in this, which is a legitimate expense, and if there could be possibly a refundable deposit or some portion of, because if there's no trouble at these events, they get their money back. If there's a hassle, staff have to go out, there's more involved in everything, they should be expected to pay for that time. So the only way I'd support that is if there is, no trouble equals a refund of something. Trouble, you pay. So, just to have some balance in there so that because you won't be able to go after the fact and get the money. So just if council will include that in the report.
Thank you, Councilor Bodnar. Councilor Butters? You're good? Really? Mr. Aquilina, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, we will include that and address that in the report, and we'll provide council with all the background how we come up with that $300 permit fee, and it will be at the pleasure of council what you want to do with that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Any further questions or comments on that resolution or on that motion? All in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. Is there any further new business? With none, members of staff, are there any updates? Nothing? Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask now for a motion to adopt the minutes of the 5th meeting regular of Committee of the Whole dated February 13th, 2012. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Doucette, Councillor Elliott. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. We're now going to move on to the consideration of items requiring separate discussion. And I would ask Council's pleasure to, in fact, bump up one report, because I see there's members of both the YMCA and I believe there's members from our pool that would like to get this over with quickly, because I know you all want to go watch Daytona 500, right? So with that, I am going to bump up that report, members, if you don't mind. Number 10. Number 10. And I'm going to ask Councillor Desmarais to bring it to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Department of Community and Corporate Services, Community Services Division Report number 2012-6, subject to partnership between Niagara YMCA and the City of Port Colborne to provide aquatic fitness and general programming at the Valley Health and Wellness Center, be approved, recommending that the Council approves the YMCA of Niagara as the recreational program and services provider for the Valley Health and Wellness Center's aquatics, fitness, gymnasium, and multi-purpose child minding room, bracket warm side, subject to negotiation of a suitable long-term agreement / contract, and that staff are hereby authorized to develop an agreement for a partnership with the YMCA of Niagara for the provision of programming and services with a goal to minimize the current level of overall subsidy tax dollars for the warm side, that's aquatics, fitness room, and gymnasium / field house.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Doucette. Before I go into questions and comments from members of Council, I'm going to ask Mr. Makins to highlight this report as well. Then, followed by, I'm going to ask then representatives from the YMCA to come forward. We have Janet St. Armand here, the Senior Vice President, Development, and we also have Jason Brown, the Chief Executive Officer, the newly knighted Chief Executive Officer of the YMCA of Niagara, and we also have Terry Cease, who is a board member that will be presenting to members of Council. So with that, we'll start off with Mr. Makins. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of Council. As you know, the Valley Health and Wellness Center is currently under construction. It's a 145,000 square foot facility that will include 2 NHL-sized rinks, a 25-meter lap pool, a separate leisure pool, indoor walking track, running track, gymnasium, fitness center, multi-purpose rooms, and common areas and bocce courts. Back in 2010, the focus on increased programming was predicated by the recommendation in the CAO report 2010-2, approved by City Council, whereby the key to a successful, less costly, but active, vibrant, and live facility rests with the expanded and enhanced programming. With this in mind, staff met with representatives of the Niagara YMCA in April of 2011 to see if they may be interested in a possible partnership to offer programs and services at the new center, as the Y has a number of partnerships with different municipalities throughout Ontario. Back in September 2nd of 2011, the City of Port Colborne released an expression of interest document seeking potential partners in operating the new center. The YMCA of Niagara submitted a letter of interest to partner with the city to provide programs and services. As part of their standard business approach, the Y asked permission to conduct an independent market survey. The results of the survey were presented to city staff on January 27, 2012, and the results of the survey indicated that the YMCA of Niagara could be successful in operating programs and services in partnership with the city at the new center if the membership prices were affordable and the programs were family-orientated. The YMCA of Niagara feels that they can meet these conditions and are interested in entering into a partnership, an agreement, to offer programs and services on the warm side of the Valley Health and Wellness Center. The report that you have before you tonight kind of outlines some of the history of the YMCA of Niagara. As you can see, they currently serve over 75,000 people in over 152 program sites across Niagara. It'll compare and contrast some of the services and programs typically offered by a YMCA in comparison to some of the programs that are currently offered by the city. It includes a comparison of the rates and fees of what is being proposed at the new center and what is currently charged at the city. Staffing of the Valley Health and Wellness Center is also addressed in the report, along with an analysis of the net operating costs of both the short and long term.
The report highlights a proposed capital investment of the YMCA of Niagara of approximately $1 million in building modifications and about $800,000 in equipment and program supplies. And as you know, with the building currently under construction now, the opportunity to undertake these changes to the building is quickly closing. And that's why one of the reasons tonight we're here, in order to make those changes, we need to do it now as it become more costly as you go along, or you will get to the point where you just can't physically make those changes anymore. So the recommendation of the report is to approve the YMCA of Niagara as a recreation program and services provider for the Valley Health and Wellness Center, aquatics, fitness area, gymnasium, field house, plus other amenities such as a child minding space, and to authorize staff to develop an agreement for the partnership with the YMCA of Niagara for the provision of programming and services with a goal to minimize the current level of overall subsidy tax dollars for the warm side, aquatics, fitness room, gymnasium, and field house. As the mayor said, at this time I'd like to introduce Terry Seuss, volunteer Y board member, Jason Brown, CEO of the YMCA of Niagara, and Janet St. Amand, senior staff. They're going to give us a PowerPoint presentation, and they'll certainly answer any questions you have at that time. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Makins. Lady and gentlemen, welcome. It's great to have you out this evening. Terry, it's great to have you out as well. I know you're a last-minute addition, and I'm glad you found the time to come out this evening.
No problem. I appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, public, we want to let you know, thank you for inviting us here this evening. We're excited to be here, and I'm excited about the opportunity of not only the Health and Wellness Center, but the opportunity of having the Y locally here as well. There are a number of us that are members of the Y. I believe the number is 500 residents of Port Colborne that are members of Y throughout Niagara, and it would be great to have one in our own community. For those of you that don't know me, born and raised in Port Colborne, my wife Carol is also born and raised in Port Colborne, and with the exception of 3 or 4 years of our early married life, we've lived here all of our lives. We've raised 3 boys. We've got twin boys that are 25 and a 20-year-old away at university. So they've always been actively involved in sports and baseball, hockey. I know a number of members of council through those affiliations. As a family, we're very strong supporters of the Health and Wellness Center. We think even though my hockey playing days are over, my coaching days are probably behind me, but for our children and their children and future generations, we need a facility like this in Port Colborne if the community is going to thrive and grow. And I applaud council for making this decision, and we're strongly behind you. What brings me to here this evening is I'm a CA with Durwood Jones Barkwell and Company. I'm the managing partner of our Fort Erie office. In 1999, I moved from our St. Catharines office to Fort Erie to head up that venture, all the time living in Port Colborne. And as part of public practice, you get involved in the community. We all give back to our community. One of my involvements is I joined the Y because it's fairly close to my office and got involved. It doesn't show, but I do work out of the Y from time to time. And in getting involved in 2006, I joined the Fort Erie Y board. At that point in time, shortly thereafter, we became involved in discussions with the Niagara Y. At that time, the Fort Erie Y was a separate and distinct Y from Niagara Y. And in 2008, the Fort Erie YMCA amalgamated with the Niagara Y. I can tell you, having gone through that process, being on the other side of the desk, I had similar questions to what a lot of the community here will have. Who are Niagara Y and what do they stand for? And we're always curious about the unknown. I would ask you to ask any of the contacts at the Niagara or at the Fort Erie Y that is my home Y, or any of the Ys, the Welland Y or the Niagara Falls Y, which is a series of amalgamations. I think you'll get glowing responses from almost all of the members. It doesn't matter. It's not the Fort Erie Y, it's the Niagara Y. The Y is one big family, and the membership, myself and one of my sons used the Fort Erie Y. My wife and her teacher friends, my wife's a teacher, and her friends, they use the South Niagara Y in Welland. It doesn't matter where you are, your membership is good at all of those Ys. So there is no extra cost. Your membership is good across the board. So I understand the skepticism and the nervousness that a lot of people have, but I can tell you from our experience, at least from my experience in Fort Erie, the Niagara Y has been a blessing for a small community like Fort Erie to support the Y. what I've learned from being involved in the Y is much more than what I'm going to say a fitness club or a gym and swim. We have a number of programs, and Jason will walk us through some of the things that the Y stands for. We have employment programs and childcare programs, and there are more programs than I can tell you, and I've been involved in the board for a long time. So as part of Jason's presentation, he'll cover off some of the things we do. During my experience with the Y, I've developed a number of Y friendships. People that you meet in the Y from going to the Y, it's an open and honest and a family-friendly atmosphere. It doesn't matter what you do for a living, how old you are, you're gonna walk away with a lot of good friends that you make at the Y. And finally, the last lesson I've learned at the Y is a charity. The Y isn't a private fitness club, it is a charity. There's currently a strong kids campaign in place that on an annual basis we have a strong kids campaign that we raise money to run some of the child programs across Niagara, being day camp, etc. Jason will also talk about subsidized membership. Some of the fundraising will go to allow the people that can't afford to pay the membership. Nobody gets turned away because of finances. So some of those funds are raised from the members of the Y or from the community at large. So at this point in time, it's my privilege to introduce Mr. Jason Brown, who's the new CEO for the Y of Niagara.
Thank you, Terry. Jason, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Terry, Your Worship, councillors, staff. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to talk about the YMCA and the potential to partner with the City of Port Colborne. So I think if I click this, it works. Okay. There we go. I'll first give you an overview of what I'm going to talk about this evening. I'll talk about some things that will help people understand the YMCA a little bit better. I'll go through some of our proposed partnership principles. I'll talk about how we serve community and the different services we provide to community. I'll talk about the partnership plan and some next steps. The YMCA of Niagara, as Terry said, is a charity. We're open to all, providing leadership and opportunities for people and their community to grow in spirit, mind, and body. Within Niagara, we have more than 150 years of service to people. Mission-driven, values-based, open to all. We have a local YMCA volunteer board and links to both YMCA Canada and the worldwide network of the YMCA. In Niagara, we're the largest single provider of recreation to children, youth, and families, of health enhancement programs to adults, of licensed childcare, of day camp, of programs and services for older adults, and of employment opportunities for young people. We are many of the young people in Niagara. We're their first employer. Volunteer development opportunities happen throughout every part of our YMCA. We deliver day camp, licensed childcare, and early years programs. Our membership services are now in 5 centres throughout Niagara. Our most recent centre opened in Grimsby to serve the residents of West Niagara. And as of today, 5,100 members have joined that new facility after 3 months of operation. Child, youth outreach and youth leadership, as well as employment and newcomer services. We serve 75,000 people, 40,000 of whom are children and youth. We have 152 program sites throughout Niagara, and you can see on the map there that we're spread throughout the region in not only our membership centres, but in rental locations, in schools, in childcare centres, in day camps, and public parks. We have about 1,350 employees and over 1,000 volunteers. Open to all means that almost 16,000 people get assistance with their fees at a value of about $1.4 million. If people can't afford our fees, and we believe those who can pay should pay, but if they can't afford it, we'll help them make sure that they can afford to participate in YMCA programs. We also have a number of donors annually that contribute very nearly $400,000 a year to help support that financial assistance program. We value alignment to mission and values. We value a balance of social and physical responsibility. Our programs are quality focused. Volunteerism is core to what we do. Philanthropy and a long-term vision for the YMCA and for service to people in Niagara is very important to us. And through our conversations over the last year, and Janet has been heavily involved in this, we understand that what's important to Port Colborne is a community hub that enhances health and wellness, and the Valet Health and Wellness Facility will do that. Stewardship of that new and important physical asset in this community. Operational efficiency, something that contributes toward economic development and strengthening the fabric of community life and more. What we bring to the partnership is our charitable mission, vision, and values. We have a good track record of partnership with municipalities in Niagara. Before I came here today, I visited our facility in Niagara Falls, which is owned by the City of Niagara Falls, is a YMCA branch, is a public library, contains city offices and some other community groups as well. Volunteer development is what we bring to the partnership as well, a charitable giving program. We have expertise that's not just in Niagara, but across the country and throughout North America in program and in research. We're actually doing a very interesting research project with Brock University right now at our new Niagara West location to show over a 5-year period the impact, the positive impact of introducing a new YMCA to a community. We bring asset and risk management expertise and financial management. We have a number throughout Niagara of collaborative community partnerships and Niagara-wide YMCA service links. Any partnership works based on trust, good planning process, and clear expectations, having a common understanding of what's important, but also a willingness to change, an alignment of goals, and a long-term collective vision between partners. So what needs to be true in a partnership like this one with the City of Port Colborne is the quality of YMCA program and physical assets need to be present. The YMCA brand is something we bring to the partnership, a well-recognized brand, a place where people go to make new friends, to become healthier, to get support for their families. Often when people come to a new community, whether they're from other parts of Niagara or Ontario or Canada or from anywhere around the world, the YMCA is one of the first places they stop. Our fiscal plans and our program plans are based on research and experience. Our operational cost recovery is very important to us, and that includes continual capital and program reinvestment to make sure that the quality of YMCA experiences is as good 10 years from now as it is on the first day that the building is open. We offer core YMCA programs, including our membership model of service. We need to remain relevant and respond to emerging community needs. Over 150 years, the YMCA has been many things and changed and evolved to make sure that we're serving people in the way they need to be served in their communities. And we also need to make sure that we can have a long-term commitment to make the partnership work. So I'm certainly not going to read everything on this list, but you can see the kinds of programs that will be offered include programs that have choice, that are all-inclusive, that are convenient and open to everybody, that are family-oriented, and are based on a healthy lifestyle. We anticipate upon opening about 300 hours of programs a week and 245 different programs for people of all ages in the swimming pool, in the gymnasium, in the child minding area, in the fitness center, and other parts of the building. I talked earlier about our membership model, and this is very important to a YMCA experience because what it does for a low monthly fee is bring choice, convenience, it's value added. People can participate in leadership and volunteer development. They can also have a longer term involvement, continuous involvement, meaning a greater impact on their healthy lifestyle. We have a proven track record of service, and as I've also said before, we're all inclusive, open to everyone, and we don't turn people away. So there's a picture of your beautiful building as it will be when it opens. We had the pleasure of working with this architect in our Niagara Falls project, and the YMCA has also worked with this architect at one of the facilities that staff visited with our staff earlier this year in Innisfil, Ontario. This is some of the information that we shared with our board last week. Last Tuesday was the most recent board meeting of the YMCA of Niagara board, and certainly the board was very supportive of this potential partnership, and in fact approved a resolution upon further discussion with the City of Port Colborne to continue discussion. We shared with them some of, and Janet seems to have a history now of going to construction sites on the coldest day in January to take pictures, and she was able to do that here, and so we were able to share some of those pictures of this beautiful facility under construction. I want to expand a little bit on the concept of being open and accessible to all. Financial assistance is offered to families and individuals who are unable to afford to participate in the YMCA due to their financial circumstance. that's unable, not unwilling. 25% of our current members are assisted, and they're often from sole parent families. YMCA assistance is provided through a confidential, fair process. You can walk into any of our facilities and not know which families are assisted to be there and which families are not. The level of assistance is different for everyone. It's based on financial circumstance. Open to everyone is our inclusive approach to service. And the YMCA Strong Kids campaign supports financial assistance for kids. We also support this program through our operations. So people can participate in the YMCA, and when a YMCA is new to a community or proposed or a potential project in a community, we're used to lots of questions. So the questions are many questions like these. People can participate as a member, or buy a day pass, or buy a swim pass, or volunteer. That's based on the principles of being open to everyone and fair fee for value. I talked about the confidential financial assistance program, and our payment options for membership are a monthly membership fee, financially assisted membership fee, a day pass, or an open swim pass. In Port Colborne, the partnership plan that's being proposed is based on about 10,350 people using the facility. Membership base from market research shows that we can expect about 4,200 people over the course of a year to be members of the YMCA. By the end of year 3, we believe that number would be around 2,800. But people come and go from the YMCA every day. So membership over the course of a year would involve about 4,200 individuals. We would think that we'd see day pass visits of about 750 people, about 4,000 open and family swim visits, about 400 day camper weeks in the summertime and at Christmas and at March break, and 1,000 other people would be involved in different activities or in groups that use the YMCA. We think that in Port Colborne, financial assistance would be at about 25%, which is our average throughout Niagara. Capital investment is something that's important, and we would bring to the partnership in equipment and in the facility, and we need to recover that cost over the term of a long-term agreement. We also would need to make provisions for ongoing reinvestment, so the facility is a quality facility throughout its lifespan. The programs and services and the schedule and the fee structure, as well as our financial assistance plan, really aligns with the Fort Erie YMCA branch. It's both the closest YMCA to Port Colborne and the one YMCA that we have as part of YMCA of Niagara that would be most similar in community size and in program offerings. But every YMCA facility that we operate is different and unique to its community. The partnership plan is based on a long-term agreement that's renewable and based on 5-year fiscal and program plan increments that are reviewed annually. Our core programs would be offered according to the list that's in this presentation with the option to explore additional services unique to people in Port Colborne. Operating contribution would need to be supported by the municipality based on our market research. We could grow to 2,800 members on roll at any one time. With our operational experience and the budget planning that we've done so far, we're estimating that after a few years, 300,000 annually, with the exception of utilities, would need to be provided as part of this partnership by the municipality. Our startup costs require a higher operating contribution just due to the ramp-up period and participation growth and some of the front-end costs and some of the capital items involved in opening a new facility like this and watching the membership grow and working with it to grow. We also, and it's very clear in the resolution before the council, that certain spaces would need to be predominantly used by the YMCA to support consistent regular programming for members and residents that enable a healthy lifestyle. And our gesture of good faith so far in this process is our investment of $100,000 in both the community survey that was done in Port Colborne, I believe in December, as well as staff time over the last year or so. And we're certainly prepared to continue to invest because this is something we believe in. We would very much like to be in partnership with the City of Port Colborne in service to people in this area to bring YMCA programs and services. So our next steps, number one is tonight. This is the next step. I talked about our board meeting last week, and our board is in a very good position, feels very positive about the potential of this project. Once both the YMCA and the city have considered, and it is our hope approved moving forward. We would see moving to a memo of understanding, and then finalizing some details around our investment in the facility to make it appropriate for YMCA programs and services, some operational planning, and then a partnership agreement, which is also part of the resolution before the council. And then as a final step by the YMCA, our board would need to approve that final agreement. So thank you very much for having us here this evening, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Members of council, are there any questions to the presenter? Councillor Bodner?
Thank you very much. And certainly we've had an initial look at this, and like you say, there's ongoing negotiations to be had, and I don't think any of us want to get into negotiating tonight, but certainly think all of us have had questions posed by members of the community, some touched on here in your presentation, and I'd just like to go through a couple that I have, certainly I think our purpose from day one is to have this center active with as many people as we can have in there every day. And certainly it looks like the Y has the opportunity to bring those people there and also present a lot more programs than we have ever. And this just isn't a pool. There's a lot more to this than just the pool. So that being said, one of the statements made here is each YMCA offers local programs based on the needs of the community. Without a lot of detail, would I take it that if there is some specific programs that are now offered at our pool, would the YMCA consider incorporating those somehow into the mix, or is it a very rigid program that you have that, that it's take that or leave it?
Well, it would be a rare time we would say take it or leave it. I think that we would very definitely consider what is presently happening in your swimming pool, and if feasible and possible, incorporate it into YMCA programming. I think that in many cases there would be very little difference between municipal programming currently in place and YMCA programming that would be proposed for this facility.
I go to Mr. Makins as well. Mr. Makins?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's exactly what we're looking at that next step. We have had a number of groups identify that they use the pool currently now, and they'd like to be able to try and incorporate that into the future. And certainly that's what we're going to sit down with next and talk to the Y and ourselves and what's important to us, what's important to the Y, and try and work those things out to make sure that we can try and fit everybody into that one same spot or whatever. But certainly it is going to be a negotiation next. But we're aware of it for sure.
Councillor?
Fair enough. Good to hear. Another item, I'm impressed with the number of hours of programming that you're thinking of operating per week, 300 hours. Now, is that a ramp up? Just so we're not thinking day one we're 300 hours. Is it right to assume that it'll be certain ones introduced and then layered on as either demand or, I guess you could create demand by putting a program in after. So is that right in a ramp up?
Jason?
Okay. Yes, it would be a combination of that. It's to have 300 hours of programming on opening day would be difficult to achieve unless we also have the high level of membership participation, which we would hope to ramp up to. But I think that it's reasonable to expect that we would open with a level of programming that would match the number of members, as well as some others that would entice people to join. And then as the membership grows, the programming would grow and be flexible to make sure that we're meeting the needs of those people as well.
Hence the reason why we're bringing this forward today.
Mm-hmm.
Just if I can add to that, Councillor, you mentioned the hours, but as well the programs. I believe it was 245 programs a week.
Mm-hmm.
Just an FYI, how many programs a week are we currently offering?
Currently, right now, we're offering just the open program. So there's about probably 4 or 5 different open programs that we like: open swim, family swim, lanes. We do have aqua jog, aqua fit, and we have all levels of swimming lessons, whatever. So open program for the general public, probably less than 10, and then the swimming lessons on top of that. So.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Makins. Councillor?
Another question is that it says YMCA does not structure their membership strictly by age group. I guess I have a certain concern with this, being a senior, that there really is not a lot of mention of seniors. But so can you just expand on that, or
Jason,
see how that works? Or?
Sure, yes, I can do that. Niagara, through our research, and I'm sure yours, has one of the oldest and fastest aging populations in the country. Fourth, I understand, is the statistic. So certainly, as we look at all of our program mixes, older adults is something that's a part of that consideration. Our programs are typically set up for adults in order to meet their needs. So it could well be that there's an older adult and a 25-year-old who need the same kind of programming, can do those programs together. Our programs are based on involving the whole family. Sometimes we say that we want to involve people from infancy to old age in our programs, and that is something we'd certainly want to do here. As an example, in our most recent facility that we opened in Grimsby to serve people in West Niagara, a significant component of the membership that has joined that facility are older adults. One of the things that we were able to build into that facility, as well as our facility in Welland and in Niagara Falls, as well as in St. Catharines, and in Fort Erie as well, as an indoor walking and running track. That's an important component of serving older adults. I think that on the program schedule in facilities where we have more older adults on roll as members, we would also have a higher level of aquatic fitness classes in the swimming pool, open to all ages, but with the understanding that older adults in particular like to participate in programs like that.
Thank you. Councillor?
I seen on one of your slides you talked about a 5-year financial plan at the end of 5 years to look at how things are going. I would imagine that you would be looking for more than a 5-year commitment from the city or a partnership with the city. And I guess we'll leave that for negotiations, but 5 years isn't the commitment you're looking for.
No, in a longer term commitment, I think that we would see a series of 4 or perhaps 5-year components to that agreement for a total of 20 or 25 years. In making an investment in Port Colborne, we want to be here for a long time. We want to be serving people in this community for a good long time as well. But the timeline of 5 years at a time to look ahead at plans is a reasonable time period. It's hard to forecast revenue and expenses beyond the period of 5 years, but if we can look ahead each 5 years to do that, that would seem to be a sensible way to manage.
And I guess one final, if I might, certainly we see that you're a charity and a nonprofit organization, which doesn't mean that you can't make money, obviously. You wouldn't be in business if you didn't make some money. Certainly, well, I don't want to go into negotiations, but there will be money set aside to replace your equipment by you, and I would take it part of our commitment, whatever we decide to do. And certainly we have received the statement that, the money put into the Y here is going to stay here. I wonder whether that's exactly true when you may need money for all of the Niagara Ys that go into some kind of a stabilization or something like that. I just don't want to be saying something to somebody that may not be 100% true. And I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just asking that question, whether all the money stays here or there is a certain amount that goes to, a general overhead fund for all the Ys.
Jason?
Well, yes, part of the business plan would include organizational overheads, but the allocation of the costs related to those overheads are based on the size of each operation. So, for instance, it wouldn't be practical for us to have an accounting office in Port Colborne or a payroll system or to have our auditors just work in Port Colborne. It's more sensible to work across Niagara. So those are the kinds of overhead expenses that each of the operations that we engage in throughout Niagara need to contribute to, at least in partial cost. Now, in Port Colborne in particular, the YMCA's investment is something that that we would make from our current operations in order to recover it from operating in Port Colborne over a longer-term agreement. Because this is an operation that we would require municipal subsidy for, and we don't anticipate that we would generate a surplus from this operation. We don't anticipate any surplus funds being used for anything else than operating in Port Colborne.
Fair enough, leave it like that for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And just for clarity, Jason, what you mentioned that you're going to offer approximately 300 hours of programming per week to the people of Port Colborne and, of course, the surrounding areas. What is the Y prepared to invest with respect to capital, building, equipment enhancements, and, of course, equipment in general?
Mm-hmm. Well, the initial investment is something that we're anticipating to be about $1.8 million. So that would be $1 million, and we think that so far is a reasonable number to assign to facility in order to complete the fitness center, as well as to make some modifications to the facility so that it would work in a YMCA context. An additional multi-purpose room that could be used for child minding and other activities, as well as the system that we would have in place to track members, to provide access to our portion of the facility, and as well as to equip the facility. We think that will be about $800,000.
Great. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councillor Steele, and I have Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Jason. And it'll also help answer one of the questions from Councillor Bodner. In our initial meetings with staff and the Y, and then we brought the Y out to meet the Community Center Committee, that was one huge question with regards to programming and other community groups that use our current facilities, whether it be the pool, the arenas, gymnasiums, and the like. And I did like your one slide that used the words willingness to change, because the Y did assure us at that meeting that they want to work with our community groups. They want to bring back programming that we've lost over the years based on our pool not being compatible with the racing series and things like that go on within Niagara, within the province, because it was a yard pool as opposed to a meter pool. That's what our pool manager has been talking to us about. We did lose our seniors swim program at one time. So, those are things there. Basketball, the Youth Basketball Association using the gymnasium. You've got a very active water polo league that uses Centennial Pool. So all those groups we want included within our new facility. That's why we've built it. So both the committee and staff were very much assured that within our negotiations that we would work to the best of our ability with those groups to include them in our facility. So I was happy that the board members that attended and Jason that was there agreed to that. So again, it's up to Gary to get those agreements in place and that we continue this. And in fact, we're hoping that it'll help expand programs that are offered by existing community groups. So we were very satisfied with the Y and the answers that they gave us. So they had numerous questions from both staff, myself, the mayor, and our community group. So we were very satisfied with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. One of the things I'm hearing is that you are willing to, and Councillor Steele mentioned it, and you have as well, going back and having our teams, our swim teams. The high schools have their swim teams. I know in myself, I don't know the Y very much. I'll be honest, I don't. I'm being told that the Y often does not like competitive play. I don't know why. Someone mentioned that, and I'd like your response to that. If there is a team like polo, there is a team like a swim team that wants to take part and needs some time. Our Special Olympics, okay? We have some of the best swimmers in Canada right now in Special Olympics here in Port Colborne, okay? They need some time in the pool. I understand that needs to be negotiated, and I'm not going to negotiate this evening. But it's important for me to understand that you are willing to look at them and give them the time that is necessary if the agreement is reached.
Jason?
okay, in any way, shape, or form.
Sure. And those are all things that we are very definitely open to considering. We respect the fact that this is the City of Port Colborne's building, and that we would be a long-term operator under this agreement, and that in any partnership, there are things that need to be worked out. There are things that are important to each side. And I'm not sure that the Y necessarily has a non-competitive bias, but I think what is true is that the more things that happen, like competitions, like swim meets, like water polo meets, if they happen in a way that affects membership, there's a cost to that, because it means that people who join the YMCA and want to participate on a regular basis have their routine interrupted. So in negotiating something like this, it's a matter of how do we make it work so there are no surprises for people, so that we're not all of a sudden saying the pool's closed for the weekend because of this, but it's something that just becomes part of a regular operating schedule that people understand and know about. So we've heard loud and clear that the potential for a swim team, that water polo, that other uses are important to people in Port Colborne, and naturally that's something that we'll discuss as part of our negotiations.
Good. That's number one. Number two, affordability is the other thing for me. And when I was looking at your price schedule that was in the report, one of the things I looked at was, example, an adult, $43. $43 a month, when you break it in, you know, you sort of take it, it sounds like a lot of money. And one of the things that I have to thank the mayor for is that he broke it down to what was in here. In one of the last emails we got. And essentially, if you're paying $43 a month, you're paying $516 a year, essentially. But I think a lot of people haven't looked at the comparisons, and this is the comparison that I was able to get. Right now, a membership at the pool for us is $178, okay? If the average person today, okay, was to take, on average, 15 sessions of aquajog, which a lot of our seniors do, okay, and so on and so forth, and they do it through the year and then so on, they will spend $324, which means that at our pool presently, most seniors are paying approximately $502 a year, right now. If they pay $516, they have the possibility of using all the other facilities, which is, what, another $14? I have to take a look at this and say, this is probably a pretty good deal. Okay? And I'll be honest with you, 2 weeks ago I would have said, nah. But the more I see and the more we talk and the more information comes out, I like this. Because essentially what you're telling me is they're not going to be paying all that much more. If anything, if this is right, it's $14 more, and yet they're going to have everything else compared to what we are presently giving and offering. So that makes me smile quite a bit.
If I can, Councillor, I just want to have Jason validate that. Jason?
Yes, that sounds like a correct analysis. And so the value for the fee paid is a far greater value because of all the other things that joining the YMCA would include. Access to programs in the gymnasium, or even just shooting hoops in the gymnasium, using the fitness center upstairs. And when you put it in a family context, the whole family can participate for one monthly fee. Kids in swim lessons, parents in fitness classes, or exercising, or accessing another part of the Y facility for every hour that we're open in a week. So the value for fee is something that we get very positive feedback on from our members, and is something that's, that we bring to the partnership very definitely.
Okay. One other, my last one. We have a swim program here for children in the city, a Red Cross swim program. Okay. I know that you run your own. Okay. Not knowing, I mean, my own children went through the Red Cross one here. My grandchildren are going through the Red Cross one here, so we like the Red Cross one. I don't know the Y one, okay? I'm being told that ours is better, but is it really? I'm not sure. But is there a possibility of continuing to run the Red Cross in a Y run center? I don't know. But it's a question I have because it's been asked. I've had people ask me that. Can we not run our Red Cross swim programs that we presently have in the Y Center, run by the Y? And just you know.
Okay. Thank you. That would be something that would be difficult for us to do. Our expertise is in running the YMCA Learn to Swim program. But there are parallels between the two programs. And one thing that we would do is train staff to be able to talk about those parallels. And it's something we're familiar with in all of our facilities because typically municipal facilities use Red Cross. YMCA facilities use the YMCA program. Both are progressive programs that help kids learn how to swim with certain parallels and certain areas where our staff can say, Red Cross this equals YMCA that, so that people can understand the difference. The importance of the YMCA swim program is it's something that we do in all of our facilities and across the country. So if people are involved in the Y on a long-term basis, as we would like them to be, and happen to move communities and join the Y there, then they can take that with them. And I understand that at first it would definitely be a transition, and we would work very hard to help people understand and to overcome that transition. The YMCA, it's somewhere along the history of the YMCA and the Red Cross, actually. I understand it was YMCA people who helped create the Red Cross. So we do have some history together. And it's certainly something that we would work very hard on in this situation.
One more then towards that. Do you not have a YMCA in the Niagara Peninsula that is presently running the Red Cross program? I've been told there was.
It may be somewhere in our history. Presently, all of our pools, we operate the YMCA Learn to Swim program.
Okay, so there is no Red Cross program. The transition of staff, especially with a lot of the expertise that we have, I mean, that's something that will have to be left for negotiations. I really don't think I should go near that. But I'm concerned about some of the expertise we have, and I don't want to lose that expertise. So it's just a comment I'm going to make. I believe we do have some of that, and that's something that we're going to need to talk about in a private venue, of course, but that's definitely going to be left to negotiations. But just thought I'd make that comment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have been a member of the Y in St. Catharines, the Walker Family Y. My family's been there. I've had 2 children learn to swim. One went on to gain lifeguard certification and went on to gain employment with that certification. So the Red Cross and the Y certification does carry weight. It was within the Niagara region that employment was gained, so it does carry itself. I'm excited. I really am. I know that with the programs that you offer, having been a member, that it's more than we could have envisioned by ourselves. I think that it's outside the pool that we need to look and that the Y offers. I just have a couple of questions. In our package here, part of your capital costs, it says fitness equipment. Might have assumed that what you're talking about is a full-blown workout facility, free weights with machines and everything like that, because I know that is going to come up in questions to people. Jason. Councillor.
Sure. Yes. I think that people can expect a full range of exercise equipment. So on the cardio side, cross trainers, treadmills, upright and recumbent bikes. On the strength sides, both selectorized equipment and free weight equipment. It's also important in any fitness center to have a good stretching area and an area where people can just circulate and mingle and connect with each other. So I think that if you're familiar with the Walker YMCA, you can expect to see in Port Colborne a scaled version of what you would see there, or at any of our other facilities for that matter.
Okay, great, thank you. I guess what we're going to get questioned on is more the financial side. And I know that this must be unique to the Y to partner with a municipality in a municipally owned building. your fee structure, and I guess because you're continually referencing the Fort Erie model, in your other models, in your other business models, does your fee structure take into account your capital costs of operating a building, the utility costs, build costs? Is that how you structure your fees?
Yes, it is. And in fact, depreciation of those costs is something that we would typically put above the line in our financial plans. And it's important to do that so that we can constantly reinvest and make sure that our facilities and equipment are as new as possible. So that's very definitely something that's part of this plan as well.
Okay. Which leads me to my next question. In the subsidy level that you're requesting from the city, I guess if your fee structure is based on recapturing cost, you're still looking for, the one slide showed a $300,000 subsidy level, and I'm assuming plus utilities. Your per square foot cost that you cited in the report from the well and Y was $5 and change per square foot, and then you basically costed it out to about $225,000. So the subsidy level for the city on a startup basis would be around $525,000. The level that we're at now is maybe a little bit less than that for the facilities that we own. I guess what I'd like to see is how do we reduce that subsidy? I know that you're amortizing your depreciation on your capital investment over a 20-year period, basically setting aside a reserve fund to replace your equipment as you go. I guess what I would like to see is somehow we can reduce our subsidy and start our own reserve fund to set aside our money for our asset that is going to deteriorate over a number of years. We're investing $3 million in a facility. If we can close down that gap of subsidy, we could start our own reserve fund, because I don't want to build another $35 million facility 30 years down the road. And I guess the question being, why do you need the subsidy in this facility, and are you subsidized in your standalone facilities that you operate?
Jason?
Okay, that's a good question. This facility would be unique to our other facilities, and most of our other facilities, our membership level based on community size is high enough that we actually operate with a planned surplus for reinvestment and to cover other overhead costs. By looking at the survey results and looking at the area population, that's not something we anticipate we could do in Port Colborne. Yes, very much we would like to, and like to be able to report to council 5 years from now that our very conservative business plan is something that we've far exceeded, and that we are in surplus, and that the level of subsidy could be smaller. At this point, it's difficult for us to plan for that because we're being very cautious and conservative. So the plans that we're putting forward show the ongoing need for a subsidy simply based on the level of membership we believe that we can generate at the fee that appears to be acceptable to people here.
Councillor? Good, thank you. Councillor Desmarais?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, well, I'm going to be the lone voice here that speaks to costs. The cost of using this facility, to me, seems very high. I'm the only councillor here who's voiced that, and it's just the way it is. It's high. I don't see anything built in here for seniors. I can't really imagine having a senior in this community that has spent a whole lifetime putting into the community have to then go to the Y and submit all their monthly expenses, including bank loans and credit cards and income and groceries, to get a subsidy. I just can't even imagine making them do that. And I would expect that there would be some senior component built into any of this, and I can't see it. That's one thing. One-time use, $10, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And being able to justify it by saying, you know, you're going to spend that $500 a year by having a pool membership as it stands today and using Aquafit twice a week. Well, most of the seniors don't use Aquafit. And they certainly don't use it twice a week either. I mean, they don't use Aquafit. Some of them do. There's a small senior component, but it's a small one. And I don't think you're going to see that change. I just don't think this is affordable, and I would like to see some effort to bring these costs down. I really would, and a much kinder way of creating the subsidies. This to me it would be embarrassing and humbling for people to have to go in and do this. I just think this is terrible. So I'm not in agreement with that part, and I would hope that we could go and make some changes to that. I would ask that this transition that we're going to go from the Red Cross program to the Y program, and I do understand what you're saying. I see the graph in the book and showing the comparison and that. You said that there will be some training needed to make that transition. Does the Y cover the cost of training to the trainers? Do you pay for your trainers' education?
Jason?
I think in a transition, that is something that we would do, although we would typically expect on an ongoing way for staff to cover the cost of their own training, as well as we would pay them to do that. It would be considered a work commitment by doing so.
Councilor?
And could I know this is a difficult one, but could you give me a ballpark figure for, let's just say, someone who is working a minimum wage job, average single person, minimum wage job? If they ask for a subsidy, would they get one, and what would it be, just a ballpark figure?
Okay.
Jason?
Yes, so a member of the public who would want to join the YMCA. The range in our about 15,000 members who receive financial assistance to participate in the YMCA or other programs, the range would be something like $1 a month would be what they would pay, up to, in your example, of $43 a month to $42 a month. Okay. And that range is something that's assessed annually. So if people's means change for the better or for the worse, then the level of financial assistance that they receive from the YMCA would also change.
Okay. Now, it's a large facility, and obviously the Y is not going to be responsible for any of the arena areas. But from what I'm seeing, pretty much the rest of the facility, with the exception of the bocce courts out on the outside, would be the Y would be taking care of those. Now, would the general public be able to come in and sit in the common areas and walk around and tour the building and be able to watch people using the facilities without being a member?
Jason?
Yes, the public area facility, the lobby, where the snack bar would be, and the viewing area for the aquatic center is a public space in the building. It definitely is. And I think as I think about the way the building is designed, I think that there are probably other view planes from other parts of the building where people could see people being healthy and active at the YMCA. And in fact, that's something we believe works to our advantage, because people might see what's going on in there and decide they'd like to participate.
Mr. Meckens?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor, too, the walking track will be a public space too, so it will be available at no charge, right? There may be some restrictions on when we have paid events in the arena, that the walking track will not be open to the general public, but generally, it will be open for public access.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. That took one question off my
Councilor?
list. Okay. Also, you list many programs, and that is one thing the Y has been great for forever. You do obviously provide a lot of different programming. And with our existing facilities, we've been very restricted in the programs that we can offer. So comparing it would be very difficult. We just haven't been able to for that reason, not for not having the expertise, but for not having the space available. But with the programming that you do offer, and the membership fee that you're asking for, will that cover all programming, or are there going to be fees charged over and above the membership?
Jason?
And if so, for what?
Well, very few things would require an additional fee. Typically, in our current facilities, if people want to avail of personal training services, as an example, that would be something that would be in addition to their membership fee. If someone wanted to go or send their child to day camp, there might be a discount for members, but they would have to pay the fee associated with day camp, because they could go to day camp and still participate as a member in the YMCA. Beyond that, there are few other potential charges that we would have for people. The membership fee is intended to be all-inclusive, and that's something that's very important to us, is that people pay a fee once, and they can participate in a wide range of programs anytime that we're open, and anytime there's a program in the schedule they would like to participate in.
Okay, so that things like Zumba and Tai Chi and all that sort of thing would all be covered automatically under their membership?
Sure. The fitness classes, definitely, yes. There may be a small charge for child minding in addition to membership fee. And I believe in some of our programs where teenagers might want to train to be a lifeguard, there may be an additional fee for that. But typically, all swim lessons up to that point are covered as part of the membership fee.
Thank you, Jason. Councillor?
Okay, that's what I have for now. There's just one thing I would like some assurances that if we're going to enter into negotiations, that we take our existing staff and bring them into discussions with whoever's going to do the negotiating, so that they can understand maybe some of the concerns out there that staff can speak to. They have a level of expertise that obviously I don't have, and that they can bring up those items that may need to come to the table.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Butters, and I'm going to go to a second round with Councillor Bodner. Councillor Butters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quite a few of the issues brought up were questions of mine, so many of them have been answered, but Councillor Demeray is not, a voice in the boondocks. Some of the phone calls I've received from people, their concern is, will they be able to afford to go? And so when I think about one gentleman who called me, and he swims several times a week at the pool, so he would go from, that $178 per year to quite a bit more per year. And I don't think that he takes advantage of, the aquafit and those kinds of things. He just likes to go to the pool and swims several times a week. And that's what he likes to do. So for a person like him, and he wasn't the only one who called me with that. There was actually a number of people that's what they like to do. So that's a pretty expensive, that's fairly expensive for them. Now, I got to tell you, I'm impressed with all the things that are offered. Whether or not those people would say, wow, now I want to do this, and whatever, who the heck knows. But the initial reaction is like, holy mackerel, I just want to go swimming at the pool like I always have gone swimming at the pool. And it's become part of their routine as a senior, really, and a retired person. So I have a concern with that, and as Angie said, like not having kind of a senior rate or kind of taking that into consideration, maybe in the initial part of this might be helpful until maybe a person gets into this facility and says, holy mackerel, I do want to do this, and this. Or maybe they never do, but I think that is cost prohibitive for them if it's at that $43 a month for one person, never mind if it's a couple that goes, and then, of course, they're into a family rate, which is quite a bit more at that point, if that's all they're going to do is swim. So I would like to just raise that one. I wondered if you could as well talk to me about your experience in folding in a current staff into a Y situation. Like, what can you talk to me a little bit of just your experience in other places? Not what you anticipate here necessarily, but just what you've experienced in other municipalities, if that would be possible.
Jason?
That is something that the YMCA has dealt with in other communities in Ontario and perhaps in other Canadian provinces. And we would seek their advice on how that worked, what they did well, what we could learn from if that was the situation here. That's
Councillor?
Because I do think it's important, like we have got good people at our pool. We have good workers there. I would hate to lose that expertise unnecessarily. They put in a lot of time and effort, and I mean, working with our community is no small thing. I see our staff as very, very valuable to this community. So I would like that just to be taken into consideration. I don't really understand the pros and cons between the Red Cross program versus a Y program. But I think that if there's other information that our staff needs to give to the folks that are going to be negotiating this, that has to happen. As Councillor Demeray has pointed out, I think that's a conversation that needs to take place. Whether it's that issue or other issues, I really want to push that that our staff has that conversation with I'll call them our pool people. That's important for that to happen. And I know that and I'm not, this isn't a blame game. This is like, if there's more stuff that needs to be talked about, then let's do it, and let's do it right, and make sure that it's inclusive of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't belabor any points that we've brought up, but certainly, you hear councillors asking questions that we have the answers in the report to, and it's not because we didn't read the report. It's because we're getting those questions from the public out there, and not everybody is going to come in and get this report from City Hall, which, by the way, I would encourage people to get. I would assume it's available at the front counter. Very comprehensive report. If you have questions, get in here and get it. Is it on the website?
Yes.
It's on the website, too. Okay, great. Another comment. We talked a lot about price, and that's a concern, absolutely. Certainly a number of people I had the conversation with, and I think you may have hit it on one of your slides. It's that people necessarily can't afford to pay it, they don't want to pay it. So there is that distinction. And I think you've covered off people that may have the problem with not being able to afford it by an assistance program. So, and I've told people that, and they've readily admitted it, that, they simply don't want to pay more for what they're doing at the pool now. One other thing, just Councillor Doucette's on your competition, wondering whether there was competition. If there was a no competition clause, when I played racquetball at the Y for 3 years, nobody told the people I was playing against. So I would think that's not a big problem there. I certainly would have beat some of them if that was in there. One last question. Certainly from here, and I would, depending on how the vote goes, it will be getting into some memorandum of understanding or whatever. Not through, but to Mr. Heil. I think all of us around this table have some things that we want to see in that negotiation. It's not going to be done here tonight, obviously. How are we going to get that information in? I don't need an answer now. I just want you to tell us at some point. How are we going to get all that information from us to staff before you start the negotiations? I don't want to get something back that's pretty much already done, and oh, by the way, you didn't cover that, and that. And individually sending emails in it's okay, but sometimes when you have a discussion, it actually, things come out, or it can come out in a different way. So anyways, I'll leave it with you, but I'd really like, as a councillor, to have that opportunity to put input in on this from stuff we've gained tonight, stuff we'll read in the near future, and answers I'm sure we'll get from staff as we answer it. Anyways, at some point we need to have that discussion and figure out how we're going to do that.
Mr. Howe?
Your Worship, Port Colborne is not the first municipal government to be doing this. We do have examples of agreements in Goderich, there's some in Innisfil. There are other places where these same kinds of things were worked out. We will use that as models, and we will prepare some draft. Starting tomorrow, we're going to start working on it. And we'll get back to you to ensure that we want to make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed in respect of all the issues as far as the city's current situation and the new situation with the YMCA for the betterment of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Further questions or comments? If none, Jason, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The presentation was very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the report, members of council. We do have a mover and seconder. Are there any questions or comments further? With none, I do want to make a few comments with respect to some of the comments that I've heard throughout the community in the last few weeks, in particular in the last week. And I have to say, most of which were positive. I did have the opportunity to meet with about 25 individuals this past Thursday on the prompting or invitation from Mr. Landon, our former Director of Community Services. and had the opportunity to present this report to those individuals and gain some feedback, and for the most part, it was received with an overwhelming, unanimous thumbs up. However, I have to respect, as well as bring forward, as members of council had this evening, some of the comments that may not have been so positive. I think for the most part, we can all agree that the city has, in fact, provided a good service over the years in our pool facility. And that's due to the human resources that we've had in that pool facility, and I can share the comments as well as the concerns with respect to what is going to happen with them. I'm not going to bring that out tonight because it's not appropriate. That'll be discussed between staff and the Y, and of course ratified by council. However, I think we expect, and I think they as well appreciate the fact of the valuable human resources that we had in our facility, and I'm sure that will be taken into consideration when we take our steps forward. I have to say that this has been a thorough process. Councillor Steele did recognize that. A thorough process utilizing our committee, our subcommittee, as well as, quite frankly, those that are in the business, our staff, and I'm sure it's not council's intent to, in fact, micromanage this process, but it isn't their intent or your intent to, in fact, ensure that the comments that you're hearing from the public are going to be thought out within the process of bringing forward an agreement between the city and the YMCA. I personally recognize through involvement, through participation, but more so through the due diligence that we've done in the past weeks, months, what the YMCA brings, and that is basically a whole new perspective to Port Colborne's health and wellness goals. And I think we all recognize that. It goes well beyond sports and recreation, that it really focuses on health and wellness. And now that the facility is over 50% completed, I think we all can see that as we drive down Elizabeth Street and see the facility about 8 months, hopefully 6 months, but at least 8 months away from 50% or from completion. That now it's our goal, and this aligns with council's strategy to, in fact, begin to breathe life into the Valley Health and Wellness Center and the numerous programs and services offered by the YMCA that were presented here tonight, as well as presented in your reports, achieves that goal. It would be a challenge if the city were to attempt to provide the myriad of programs, the over 245 programs, as well as the capital investment over and above the existing capital investment that the YMCA is proposing, to do it on our own. I think it's next to impossible unless your city budget, which by the way you're going to entertain tonight, does in fact reflect that, and I think it would reflect higher than a 3.95% increase if in fact we had to take that on. Quite frankly, the programs, and I think Mr. Makins alluded to it earlier, that we currently provide within our budget is about 10 to 15 programs versus the programs amounting to 245 that the Y is proposing to ultimately offer. Quite frankly, it's just simply not affordable for the city to take that on, and the partnership with the Y. And quite frankly, I think council was going down that road from day one to recognize that a partnership was going to have to be had, whether it be with the YMCA or others that we were courting at the time. The new Health and Wellness Center has much more to offer than the programming of just only swims and lessons and aquafit and aquajog. I think tonight we recognize the fact of the additional programs for all ages, including the fitness area that the YMCA will provide. I feel, members of council, that this is an opportunity for all ages. As I said earlier, that goes well beyond sport and recreation. It touches on and aligns itself well with the overall health and wellness for all ages that we're trying to provide as preventative health care that we've been working on within our community-based primary health care efforts throughout the past few years. I believe the fees have been addressed, and the staffing and subsidy costs will be addressed as part of the overall report that will come to council. The YMCA, as was alluded to earlier, is providing capital dollars. Those capital dollars to date equal about $1.8 million for the facility, improvements as well as the fitness area, and of course equipment for the pool area, the gym area, and the possibility of a child minding area as well. The YMCA will continue to maintain and provide for maintenance and equipment for the city, which would continue to be the responsibility of the YMCA, and of course major capital replacement costs would, for the entire facility, the bigger facility, would obviously be borne by the city as we own the facility. These issues will be in fact addressed, as I mentioned to members of council through an email today. in an agreement with the YMCA, as well as all fees generated in Port Colborne, as was mentioned, will stay in Port Colborne. And I think that's an important issue that was brought up, I know to myself, from one individual and members of council, besides the obvious administration costs that are shared between the facilities for efficiencies. So members of council, I think that being said, we also have to note that we are also offering many other programs, additional programs, in the other pool, in the heated therapeutic pool. That's going to be a second second pool that's going to be available at this facility. That will also add to the costs of the overall programs. So I think it's difficult to compare apples to apples, compare the existing pool to the new facility, because the new facility is going to have a gymnasium attached to it. It's going to have a walking and running track attached to it. It's going to have a second pool attached to it, as well as other amenities. So it's difficult to do that. And I think the expectation is, with that said, that with the programs are going to be aligned with those other parts of the building, that in fact there may be increases in costs because of the value add that Jason correctly alluded to earlier. So I do support this. I think, as Councillor Elliott stated, it's an exciting time for the community. It's going to ensure that this community center, besides the capital, besides the bricks and mortar, does in fact breathe and offer enhanced value, enhanced services to our community as it relates to health and wellness, as well as obviously the sport and recreation that both the young and young at heart are going to be able to enjoy. So with that, I do, as Councillor Bodner alluded to, encourage all members of the public, if you in fact have any questions, please simply pick up the phone, call myself, call a member of council, call staff, and ask that very question. It somewhat becomes disheartening when we hear misinformation getting out to the public and throughout the community, which of course travels like wildfire, and would prefer that if you do in fact have a question or are not sure with something, just simply pick up the phone. We're only a phone call away. So with that said, members of council, and no further questions or comments from council, members of staff, the Y, Mr. Heil, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. I thank you. Thank you, members of council. Members, I'm now going to move on to item 1, Councillor Elliott. Budget.
No. Thank you, Mayor. That Department of Community and Corporate Services Division Report number 2012-8, subject 2012 budget be approved, recommending 1, the Council, in compliance with Ontario Regulation 284/09, hereby confirms and approves that the 2012 budget was developed using the cash basis and has excluded the following accrual expenses: a portion of the amortization expense, which amounts to approximately $1,614,200, and the full amount of post-employment benefits expense, which amounts to approximately $160,000. 2, that the Council of the City of Port Colborne approves the 2012 budget as presented. And 3, the Council adopt the attached bylaw for the estimates for all sums required for the operations for the year 2012.
Thank you, Councillor, for moving that. Do we have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Desmarais. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pulled this item for a couple of reasons. One, with respect of the WISE proposal tonight, it did say in the report about the YMCA that the budget included the $42,000 for a programmer for the cold side or the 2 arena side. And I guess what I'm looking at when I see what the value that we get from the YMCA, I went over it and I'm trying to think of how we're going to get value for money out of hiring somebody at $42,000 for the 2 arenas. In as much as I'm trying to think of another arena in another municipality that has a programmer for it. I know that there's ice conveners where you call and you rent out the ice and they have somebody that looks after the rentals. But generally arenas are programmed by public-private partnerships where somebody wants to set up a hockey school and they rent ice from the city and then they sell their space in the hockey school and hockey teams come in and want to rent it. So it's the private side that's basically programming your arena. And I'm just trying to figure out where the net benefit is for the programming, as in most of the free ice time is through the daytime when there's no kids available and people are at work. Most of our nighttime ice is rented. So I'm just trying to figure out where the benefit is for the programmer for two ice pads. You know, I know it's late in the night and it's late in the time to make an adjustment to budget, but I just, after seeing this and we're taking care of the warm side, I just don't know where the value for money is for the programmer for that side, but that's another discussion. I guess the second thing is, I poured over the budget after we basically went through approval, the pre-approval stage, to try to see if we could cut any more, and basically I can't. It's tough to find something to cut unless when we go through the service audit review. And I guess the problem that's been bothering me, and I didn't vote for pre-approval because of the $500,000 that we borrowed to put against the roads budget to reduce our levy from 7% to 4%, which it was at the time. And I guess the reason I don't support it is because it artificially lowered our levy rate from 7 to 4%. And in the last two budgets, we're always hearing that our roads budget needs to be increased. And I realize that it's a self-funding debenture because we're taking it out of the roads budget going forward, and we're going to reduce our expenditures on our roads by $35,000 a year to cover the cost, and I can understand that. And it was said that it was, you know, it's cash management. We're freeing up money for other projects, and I can understand that. But I've sat in council chambers and watched council of the day go through other budgets, and I've heard Mr. Hansen say that we're underfunding roads budgets already. The $900,000 that we allot to the roads is probably half of what we should be allotting. And now what we've done is we've taken and reduced our roads budget by $35,000 a year for the next 10 years, 20 years, to cover the cost of borrowing to basically reduce the levy. And I've been trying to find savings, and I know that Councillor Kenny, she said to me, find the $500,000 in savings, and I can't, unless we can come up with $500,000 in savings through the service audit review, which we may do. So that's the two reasons that I pulled this. I just I was under the assumption that we were going to approve the negotiating with the Y, and that's fine. Everything's done. I know that we worked hard. I know that staff put in umpteen hours trying to find reductions, and I can sympathize with what you've gone through. But just for those two things, I don't see the necessity for the $42,000 for the program or for the arena, and then the way that we're borrowing the debenture, the $500,000 for the roads budget. So I will vote against the budget for those two reasons.
Thank you, Councillor. It's, if I may, the Councillor Elliott has brought up two issues, and I'd like to add clarity to him, because I think he needs that. The first issue being the programmer with respect to attaching a programmer to the cold side of the facility that in fact will, and I think Council has discussed this, to in fact enhance, as we are with the Y, with the warm side, beyond the tradition of just simply renting ice for the cold side. If Mr. Hall, you can explain that.
Your Worship, much like the warm side, we actually sought an RFP or issued an RFP looking for third party for programming on the arena side, the same thing. There were a couple of companies that were interested and did in fact actually meet with us, and they talked about, you know, space utilization to improve opportunities for programming, but there were no takes. This startup cost programming is to, I guess, counteract against or to provide for the same programming that we're going to get here with the YMCA. It is the ramp-up cost that we're going to incur to utilize the space in the arenas when there's ice and when there's no ice, to maximize every minute of those facilities. In the study that I produced, that we used the information 2008, 9, and 10, or primarily, I guess, 2007, 8, and 9, from similar facilities, their subsidy levels were on average $150,000 less per year than the city of Port Colborne's. Why? It's because they utilized, yes, and smaller communities, they utilized the space when there was no ice. They booked and they maximized the programming in their pools or in their community halls. In the report that was approved by council, maximizing the use and getting every minute used was the key to success. It also added to the health of the community, the well-being of the community, and the community itself as a community. The fact is that there was no taker from the cold side for all the programming that we need to do. And I'm saying cold side, but there's a warm side to the cold side when there is no ice in one of the arenas. The intention will be to book and use every minute of ice that is not required by current users, perhaps create new user groups. And there are some out there that have already called us with some interest, not just from Port Colborne, but outside of Port Colborne. So there is a taste. And in the summertime, or when there is no ice, full use of that facility for whatever we can do in respect of shows, home shows. I can't even begin to imagine what it can be used for. This programmer is going to do that. The intention will be, much like the other facilities that we examined in 2007, 8, and 9, that cost is going to get built right in. It will not be a cost on the levy. So this startup cost is going to be recovered through actual renting, utilization, space utilization, and additional programming. That's the goal, and we have to do it ourselves. Now, I spoke to Mr. Makins tonight, and while Council's got it approved, we are probably going to go out and try over the next couple of weeks to seek another RFP. If there is a third party out there again, to try and get it so that we end up with the same kind of benefit perhaps as with the YMCA, but with another user. Rather than just bring on a staff person to at least test that marker again. That's what we're going to be pursuing.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. And if I can add to that, Councillor Elliott, and this is based on discussions that we've had with our subcommittee, but as well from personal experience, being a former player, coach, referee, program director with some different programs that have went on in the arena, I can say with a great deal of confidence that it's been traditional that we've dealt with ice in, and I think although we've dealt with ice in between 8 in the morning to midnight, we've been very limited in terms of the abilities that we've had to get the word out with respect to being a host of more tournaments, with respect to working with our existing organizations, our existing teams, our existing, or even the possibility of new organizations such as reestablishing figure skating in our community. Clinics, child development, child to adult development within the sports that would otherwise happen in the facility. I think as well, the move afoot of late, especially headed by the Niagara Sport Commission, to ensure that Niagara becomes more of a destination for sport tourism is paramount. That then not only benefits our facility, but it benefits each and every facility that we have here in Niagara and enables them to work closer together versus in silos. Again, enabling Niagara to be more of a destination for that sport tourism. And I think that premise comes from the attraction that we were able to bring to Niagara with respect to the Pan Am Games. Ice out, I think, is equally as important. Programming, different things like lacrosse and things that happen, ball hockey, and the list goes on. I can see Gary chomping at the bit over there in terms of some of the things that he's already investigated. Different events, and of course leagues. If I may, members of council, if I may, thank you. And the other, I think we just watched TV of most recent, curling. And things of that nature. What else can go on that ice? Curling, it's just a matter of pebbling the ice and having the event proceed. We are looking at, quite frankly, even bringing the Scotties Tournament of Hearts here to Niagara with the new facility being built in Niagara. And although that facility would be utilized for that, there's no reason why our facility can't be used as a practice facility for other venues, like we're going to be for the Pan Am Games. And finally, I think we can't dismiss also the partnership that we're creating with the school boards, both the private or both the public as well as the Catholic. With all this said, and Gary being in that office all by his lonesome, it's very difficult for him to operate, facilitate, mitigate community services, special events, while at the same time trying to accrue new revenue and new recognition internationally, quite frankly, to this facility on his own, and hence the reason for the programmer, which was in this year's budget for $42,000. So I just wanted to add that food for thought, just through basic experience, and of course what we've discussed with the subcommittee throughout the past 3 to 4 years. Mr. Heil, I'm going to ask you now to, or Mr. Sinez, the second comment from the councillor with respect to artificially, or the comment was made that the budget was artificially brought down from the gas, or from the debenture of $500,000 for the roads. That's not the case, and I want you to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to the budget and the $500,000, yes, we're debenturing $500,000 for the roads, and basically, as you mentioned, it's more of a cash management thing. And one of the reasons that we're able to do that is the fact that we have the federal gas tax funds that have become permanent funds that we can draw on. That the $500,000 that we would have spent on other things, whatnot. That $500,000 is going to the roads budget, so we're not losing anything in the roads budget on a go-forward basis. We know that those funds are available from the federal government, from the federal gas tax money permanently, and that announcement had just come this year. Obviously, if that announcement and those funds were not available, then that would have changed the concept of how council would have looked at the budget overall. The fact is that we are able to use those funds as capital funding for our overall capital budgeting. So it's not changing that aspect of it, but what it does is it's able to provide us with a different cash flow projections going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Sinez. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Howe?
The other thing, Your Worship, when we talk about cash flow, the $500,000 just isn't available this year. That's why we're doing it. The $500,000 will be available, and our tax level is going up by 3.9%. That's $400,000. Some of it for regular, some of it identified here for projects that we're going to do that will cover off the cost of that debt for the $500,000. In 2013, that money is going to be available. In 2014, that might be available, plus an additional up to $450,000 that will be coming in dividends. So there's close to $1 million that this council is going to have available to it. Half of it's going in the roads, and you may want to do more, because the roads expenditure right now, sitting at around $900,000, should be 1.1 or 1.2 to cover off an annual replacement, the depreciation cost of the roads. As well, there are all sorts of other costs, and I get back on my soapbox again about the $3.2 million depreciation. We're only levying 1.5. We're still levying the 1.5 for capital, but we're using the 500,000. Like, we haven't reduced our capital levy; it's still there. All we have done is managed our cash flow that we don't have for 2012 for the roads expenditure, and we're going to bring that 500,000 into it. But our capital levy for the city hasn't changed. It's still the same.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Further questions or comments on the budget? With none, has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? That be carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 4. Councillor Doucette.
Just for everyone to know, by the way,
am using this fancy little thing that everyone's going to eventually wind up with. No, it's just, everyone should know.
Just find it.
No, it's right here. It's right there. No, it's right here.
It's on a piece of paper.
Hey, I don't need it on a piece of paper. Okay, the Department of Planning and Development Report Number 2012-11, Subject 2011 Year-End Report, Building Division. Be approved, recommending that Council receive Report Number 2012-11, 2011 Year-End Report, Building Division of the Department of Planning and Development for information purposes.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder to that report, please? Councillor Butters? Mr. Aquilina, it seems like we had a jump this year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that's correct. Council read the report. This year we had a project value of all our permits at $57.5 million. And when you take away the Health and Wellness Center at $28 million, you're still left with approximately $30 million of project value investment. And when you look into the figures, a lot of industrial development occurred in 2011. You had two expansions from Young Bunslauer. You had two expansions from Valley. You had an expansion at Casco. You had an expansion at North America Traffic. There was a couple commercial expansions. So when you look at historic levels, this has been 2011 was a banner year. $57.5 million is no chump change. So the report is a compilation of the monthly building statistics, and it's brought for Council's information. But again, a lot of activity occurred in 2011, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. I can understand now why you have a hard time getting in your office and climbing over all those files and boxes. But a job well done. Members of council, are there any questions or comments? Once again, great job, and I have to give Stephen, who's back there, a note of credit as well, because I know how long and hard he's been working on a lot of these industrial expansions, retentions, in terms of the programs that we're offering. But Dan, to your staff, Stephen, to you and your staff, and as well as I have to share the credit with the region as well, because I know their staff has been working diligently. I know, but I have to, because they had a lot to do with it as well. And especially with Young Bunslauer, with deferring a lot of their fees with respect to development charges. It's obvious that we're moving forward, even through tough times here. The community here is moving forward with new development, and I think this report shows that. So to all you folks that are involved in that, well done. Great job. Give yourselves a pat on the back. So with that, members of council, all those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. Bring item 5 forward for Councillor Danch's conflict. The Department of Planning and Development Report Number 2012-16, subject reimbursement and waiving of fees for Gateway Residential, 569 King Street, be approved, recommending. That Department of Planning and Development Report 2012-16 in respect of the request by Gateway Residential and Community Support Services to refund fees and charges be received, and that no further action be taken. And 2, that the Gateway Residential and Community Services be so notified.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a second to that, please? Councillor Doucette. Any questions or comments to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 6. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The Department of Planning and Development Report Number 22-17, subject, intention to design the former Louis J. Shakluna George. Am I saying that right? Garage.
It's supposed to be garage.
293 Queen Street. I think that's supposed to be garage.
Yeah, it's supposed to be garage.
Yeah, it is. Okay, that's my style. Located at 293 King Street under the Ontario Heritage Act, be approved as recommending. And, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to read the rest of that because what I am asking for is this be deferred.
Okay, well, if you can, Councillor, if you can put it on the table, okay, so we can have something to defer.
Okay. That the Council of the City of Port Colborne approve the processing of the former Louis J. Shakluna Garage, known municipally as 293 King Street, for heritage designation pursuant to the provisions of Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, RSO 1990, Chapter 0.18. And 2, that the clerk is hereby authorized and directed to give notice of council's intention to designate the property at 293 King Street to be the cultural heritage value of interest in accordance with the Ontario Heritage Act.
Thank you, Councillor Doucette. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Steele? Questions or comments? Councillor Doucette.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Due to a request that we've received, I would like to have this deferred.
For the next cycle?
Next cycle.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Desmarais? No debate. All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. Item 7, Councillor Butters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Department of Planning and Development Report Number 2012-18, subject Proposed Regional Policy Plan Amendment, RPPA 12012, Niagara's Economic Gateway Zone and Center be approved, recommending the Council approve the following comments to be provided to the region of Niagara on the proposed RRPA 12012, that Map 2 include additional rural employment lands as shown on Appendix A, that Part 1, Section 4D, Introduction Niagara Economic Gateway comprises also includes the existing rail corridors within Port Colborne, that an objective under the Niagara Gateway Employment Lands vision also includes the supportive development on rural employment lands, that Policy 4D5 include a statement of the region's ongoing efforts to service this area as contemplated under their existing EA process. In Policy 4D5, replace the word will with may for the tools to be utilized. In Policy 4D5, correct the spelling of compatibility throughout. The Policy 4D9A and D include the statement that services may be provided in the future pending the completion of the region's comprehensive review and water and wastewater servicing of industrial lands east of the Welland Canal. The Policy 4D9F be revised to remove the region of Niagara from being circulated as site plan agreement as the MOU presently deals with this matter. And Policy 4D13 delete has been recommended in the first paragraph with may be recommended. That Policy 4D17D make reference to the city's major ports identification as identified in the growth plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Danch. Questions or comments? Councillor Butters.
All of that just to ask one little dinky question. Anyway, but that's okay.
Well, you moved,
because that's why
you
we're
moved
here.
a very important report, Councillor.
I know, but my question is, it's a little question. It's on page 51, and when it says like that 4D9 policy, so on the G part it says it'll identify lands that are not part of a settlement area, and then J it actually identifies lands Dane City area in the city of Welland, and that land use compatibility requirements shall apply. But my question is, what about the land, I know Dane City is like a settlement area, maybe more like in a more, I don't know. Urban? Yeah, I suppose. But there's like a lot of areas settled along like Snyder Road and down in through this area that there's like not like in the way Dane City is, but like rows where there's one house after another on certain ones of those roads. So I just want to be, I'm just wondering like how that works so that they would have that same protection as it looks like Dane City has in terms of land use compatibility requirements applying. Does that make sense?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the term settlement area comes right out of the growth plan. And what that means, it's lands within an urban area boundary. Dane City is within the city of Welland's urban area boundary. So with respect to compatibility, that is a dense area, but it's not to discount or not take into consideration existing residential land uses that are within the area of their policies. So the D6 guidelines are still going to be applicable if there's a residential home in Schneider Road, Forks Road, in that area.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments? Mr. Aquilino, why don't you do a quick highlight of this report? I think it's too important just to vote on and pass by. I'm going to ask Stephen as well to comment on it. But I think for the most part, this being something that I, as the chair of this committee, have commented on many times in the past, And somewhat, I won't say members of council, but sometimes you look at other members that are listening to you and they have sort of that glaze over their eyes because it's very hard to understand not only what this is all about, and it's very comprehensive, but more importantly, what it's going to create, in particular as it relates to the new economy here for Niagara.
Before you this evening, and the key to it all for simplification is if council can refer to Appendix A, being after page 55 to your package, you will see on that the lands that are hatched and diagonal. Those are right now what the region is proposing as rural employment lands. And under their policies, they're recognizing those for dry industry, being that they would not be serviced in the near future. Down the road, there may be a possibility that they could be. So when you read their policies under their amendment in totality, there's some concerns that I have for your information that I put in the report, lands that should be included as rural employment lands. And you'll see those in the dark blue. Same appendix that has been brought forward to council's information in past reports, but key to this is that the region needs to see these lands that should be also included as rural employment lands. The lands that are east of the Welland Canal that are under Transport Canada ownership, and there's a triangular piece north of 3rd Concession that's dark blue that should also be included as rural employment lands. Right now, they're omitted. The lands north of Forks Road, which we refer to as Site A, and the lands further to the north, in between the boundary of Welland, should also be included. At the present time, the region of Niagara designates those lands as rural, and given the property's location, strategic location, being with lands immediately north are actually within the City of Welland's urban area boundary, which are identified as employment lands. And when you look at the location along the Highway 140 corridor, you have the Netherby Road 4-laning that is going to be going underway. You have the city's existing rail line. You have the Welland Canal. The lands, from a practicality sense, employment purposes are the best for that area and for those lands. So the report recommends that this council inform the region of Niagara that those lands should also be included as rural employment lands, given those factors. Coupled by, when you look at the triangular piece, and when you flip over to the next slide, Appendix B, what I have shown is the lands that are actually our lands, Site B, but you'll see that there is a significant portion of those that are designated as a provincially significant wetland. When you take the buffer area, which is minimum 30 meters around the wetland, that's 122 acres. You also have a woodlot that is around the wetland. You have there's some environmental constraints there. And what the report also recommends is that in exchange for the loss of those lands, because you can't be developing within a wetland, the council knows that, in exchange for those lands to swap the lands to the north, which is the Site A lands, because on those lands, when you exclude the tailings and the topography of the property, there's only about 97 acres that are potentially suitable for development. So you're losing 122 acres just on the wetland. So move those to the north. So that's what the report also recommends, given that basis.
Actually, also buffer some of the residents in the area.
It would, Mr. Mayor, yes. In around the Schneider Road area, correct. And then as the report speaks to, there's some refinements to the policies. I won't get into the details of that, but the key is identifying which lands the City of Port Colborne feels should be rural employment lands. We do not disagree with the economic gateway center lands being within our urban area boundary. We know that. We presently designate those lands. Those lands that are the rural employment lands are the ones that really are important for the region of Niagara to know what our feelings are.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Very in-depth. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, through you, I don't think I have an incredible amount to add. Obviously, the importance of the issue cannot be understated. We are in a situation in Port Colborne where we've had a banner year in terms of building permits. As well, we've got a limited supply of serviced industrial land remaining, which is why the region is currently undertaking an environmental assessment to bring servicing under the canal to the east side. So those things that go hand in hand along with our industrial land strategy, which was approved by council the summer before last, and also the wind equipment manufacturing marketing that we've been doing, which involves some of the Transport Canada lands, both down by the lake as well as north of Second Concession, as well as the city-owned land. This really does help to bolster the package of what we are trying to offer here in Port Colborne. So it's a positive step in that direction of creating investment and jobs in Port Colborne.
Thank you, Stephen. With no further comment or question, just the last comment I want to make, and I made it earlier with respect to the CIP that we were entertaining, I guess, or listening to and accepting for information from Mr. Aquilina with respect to our community improvement plan, our industrial community improvement plan. What's now going to also work in tandem with this process with respect to the report that you have in front of you is also a community improvement plan that's being developed that will provide a legislative framework for the application of anticipated approved incentives that will also attach itself to these lands under the gateway. And the steps, ironically, will be led by the same group that led ours, the RCI Consulting Group, as part of their engagement to complete a gateway CIP, which will augment our industrial CIP. So the question was asked earlier about, or the statement was made that what Dan presented was only local municipal incentives. What the CIP for the gateway will also add to that is regional incentives as well, which obviously will make these lands more extravagant to grow on. So great news, and hopefully that CIP will be done. Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, probably about the spring. Luch is looking at completing that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We know that they're having an information session in March with an anticipation of adoption or approval by regional council sometime in the spring.
Right. So great news, not only preserving lands with respect to the province's only gateway designation here in the city, but as well adding those incentives attached to it both here locally and regionally. So great news moving forward. It'll be a heck of a lot easier for Stephen to use the mayor's money to go out and promote all that stuff through your marketing campaign. So good luck to you, and I'm sure you're going to have a lot to promote once this is all established. So with that, members of council, all those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 8. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Worship. Bringing this forward at your request. The Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Marketing Report number 2012-01. Tourism Association be approved recommending. The Council defers a decision on committee participation for a period of 6 weeks. That the clerk be directed to make a request on behalf of Council as follows. That a review of RTO governance be undertaken to ensure representation from across Niagara region. The main page and other pages of the RTO website are revised to include equal access to tourism information from across Niagara region, and that a written response be requested from the RTO by March 30th, and that EDTM staff report back to Council at the time on the response received from the RTO.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Doucette. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, through you, one point of clarification I would like to provide for the benefit of members of council is the RTO is separate from the regional municipality of Niagara. The RTO, although it's got the word regional in it, is not part of the regional government. It's a provincial agency, if you will. Is known in Niagara as an RTO, as RTO2, as the Tourism Partnership of Niagara. It's officially incorporated as the latter, Tourism Partnership of Niagara. It's been the subject of several reports that are referenced in this report, and we're continuing efforts to get the regional tourism organization to be regional in structure. And this is another attempt to try to get it to be regional, not half regional, but full regional. In tandem with this and To coincide with this, although it's a standalone initiative, we've been working very closely with neighboring municipalities, which are showing tremendous support for working in partnership to promote tourism in Niagara's South Coast area. We had a positive meeting with all surrounding municipalities in attendance just a few weeks ago, and we're expecting positive feedback from those partners in terms of working together to promote the overall area as a true tourism destination. The feedback from the BIAs, not just in Port Colborne, but surrounding Port Colborne, have been tremendously positive, and a public meeting that we had in September was, I don't want to say over-attended, but we quickly found additional chairs to put at the back of the room because it exceeded all expectations in terms of desire of not just our tourism operators, but tourism operators in surrounding areas to be involved and to be represented as an overall association, because we do have great offerings here in Port Colborne and area. One other point of clarification I would like to make, if I may very briefly, is that regardless of a tourism association in South Niagara, along Niagara's South Coast, we believe that we should have equal opportunity for representation on the board. The other areas that are noted as being board members are representing individual municipalities. So regardless of a tourism association, although we think there are tremendous benefits from working in partnership with our neighbors, regardless, we think that there's a strong case to be made for representation from Port Colborne.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Questions or comments? Councillor Butters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question. When the province created this animal, did they not have kind of a, I don't know, RTO for dummies, something that said this is how you should structure yourselves to be fair and inclusive as opposed to exclusive and not fair?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, through you, certainly one of the principles that the province espoused was that these were to be inclusive. They were to represent the overall areas. What the province did is after an extensive, I believe approximately year-long consultation phase, province-wide, they defined areas on the map and said, okay, these are the areas. Our area was quite unique in that it happened to follow a municipal boundary, the regional municipality of Niagara's boundary. Most of the other areas were areas that never formally worked together before. For example, the area to our west extends all the way to Windsor. So it's quite a large geographic area that never formally worked together previously. The way it was structured was, using my own terminology, essentially a call for proposals. And there were two groups in Niagara that were putting together proposals. And the proposal that ultimately went forward and ultimately was accepted by the province spelled out what the board structure would look like. And our letter that we certainly asked to be communicated through, and we provided a copy to the province in case we had to be double certain that it made its way there, indicated that overall we were supportive as long as it represented the entire region. So that was our feedback as the process was moving forward. The proposal that was submitted to the province had the structure that they've run with one exception. The City of St. Catharines was omitted from the initial structure, and that's been adjusted since. St. Catharines is now part of the board of directors of that entity. So although there were guiding principles and although there was consultation in the overall process, and although we provided feedback up front, it's unfolded the way it has.
Then the unfortunate part about it, councillors, is that there is absolutely no representation south of Highway 20. And it's our desire to change that. The RTO recognizes that, but unfortunately they have done nothing at all to do anything about it. To offer a seat to South Niagara would be appropriate, so that therefore all the assets and strengths of Niagara's tourism can be represented on the regional tourism organization. I think when you look across the entire south coast of Niagara, from Fort Erie over to Wainfleet, including the town of Pelham, including the city of Welland, there's a great deal that could be offered as part of overall tourism in Niagara, offered in tandem with, of course, the obvious destinations like the falls, like the wineries, and those beautiful areas of North Niagara. Unfortunately, to date, they haven't recognized that value, and therefore have not received South Niagara has not received an invitation to be on the board, which is extremely frustrating. And for that reason, we're making every opportunity available to all of South Niagara to at least have one seat representing South Niagara on that RTO. Any further comments or questions on this report? With that, all those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. It's unfortunate that we're always forced into this North Niagara versus South Niagara thing. It's just extremely unfortunate. Okay, now move on to item 9. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That Department of Community and Corporate Services, Community Services Division, report number 2012-5, subject update for programming and/or operations of the Valley Health and Wellness Center, expression of interest, be approved, recommending. 1, that council receive this report as an update of information regarding the expression of interest for programming and/or operations of the Valley Health and Wellness Center. 2, that staff be directed to negotiate a satisfactory service contract agreement with representatives from Subway and Good Sports Excellence for food services and retail services at the Valley Health and Wellness Center for council consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder to that? Councillor Butters. Questions or comments? Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you. I brought this up for one quick question. I just wanted to be absolutely certain that the only expressions of interest that we actually received were from Subway and from Good Sports Excellence. That no others were received and maybe rejected or received late.
Thanks, Ange. Mr. Mickens?
Yeah, for the food services and the retail, that is correct. You'll notice, though, on the chart, Appendix A, I actually did miss the Good Sports Excellence, did submit a proposal. It's blank there, so that was my mistake, and as some of you may know, I lost my admin. She was in a car accident a couple weeks ago, and she's not back yet, so you truly see I do miss her, because she would have caught that. But certainly, yes, those were the only 2 that did apply for an agreement.
Thanks, Gary. Mr. Heil?
Your Worship, this wasn't done in void either, Your Worship. We actually invited and sent out requests to submit proposals from others.
Can you elaborate on that, to who?
Mr. Makins maybe could probably add to that.
Appendix A actually lists everybody that we started with, and then who submitted an expression of interest, then attended a staff meeting here for more information, and then who actually submitted a formal proposal. So that's all in Appendix A.
Thank you. Mr. Howe? That's it? Councillor, that's fine? Okay. Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Makins. Who is Good Sports Excellence?
Mr.
Are
Makins?
they anywhere in the area, or are they?
The owner's name is Colin Gillespie. He is a Port Colborne resident, and he has a store in Welland.
Thank you.
Good, thanks. And one further comment, as with the Y, will we get a peek at what we're proposing before we actually send it to them as a council?
Mr. Makins?
Certainly, my intent is to look to try and get a proposal to bring back to council or whatever. If you certainly have any kind of concerns or whatever, let me know ahead of time. But certainly, I think the trickiest one is probably with the food service provider and exclusivity and those types of things. So I'll be dealing with them and all the other groups that I have currently in there, because I want to get a nice agreement that doesn't have to deal with it in years to come.
Right.
Thank you. And my intent, Councillor, is to in fact have a committee of the whole meeting to deal with both this issue as well as the issue that we discussed earlier with the multi-use center.
Before it goes to the...
That's right.
Okay, fine, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I get the same concerns that Councillor Bodnar has. It's a report with nothing attached to it, and we're going to accept 2 couple of bids and we don't know who they are or what the proposal is. It shows the submitted proposal, but there's no proposal attached to it, so you're kind of going out on a limb, and I can understand the secrecy with Subway. They don't want to let out what they're going to do, so, but just, I guess, echoing Councillor Bodner's concerns that we do get to see this before we fully accept it.
Well, just to clarify once again, the recommendation does direct staff to negotiate a satisfactory service contract agreement, and the expectation, as I mentioned earlier, is to bring that to Committee of the Whole and to then show and/or discuss with Council, like the other, the satisfactory contract that would be worked through between the proponents and the city. Okay. Councilor Bodner?
That's where I have a problem. I'm not sure, I just want to confirm what you said. Gary's going to go to those two, get an agreement, then it's going to come to us?
That's right.
Okay.
No, maybe the word agreement's the wrong word to use. I think the word to use is put together a proposal, okay, that's hammered out between the two parties, and that proposal will then come back to council. It's going to have to be ratified anyways, regardless.
Yeah, but
So-
hold it. Is this your intent with a Y also?
The intent with the Y and this is to come back to Committee of the Whole with what they've hammered out, okay? And of course, any comments that council may have beyond that can be then brought forward then. And then, of course, it would then come to the following session of Committee of the Whole and council for ratification.
Okay, I have a problem with that. That's like a done deal.
No, it's not. No.
Well, if you're
Let
negotiating
me-
something and then you come back,
Well, unless you want to be part of the negotiating team,
no, I
Then-
just want to make sure my
well,
comments are in before they,
well, and that's what I'm proposing.
Negotiation
What I'm
starts.
proposing is, and I'll say it once again, I'm proposing to have staff go back, as is outlined in this report and in the report that we discussed earlier, and hammer out a deal, okay, between the city and the proponent, bring back to council during a Committee of the Whole session what they've brought forward, what they've been proposing to each other, and then finally, after council has their comments brought forward during that Committee of the Whole, then to bring at the next cycle of Committee of the Whole and council the final report. So you're actually going to have two opportunities to discuss this. You're going to have an opportunity at the Committee of the Whole based on what they bring back in their discussions with the proponents, and then the second opportunity you're going to have is at the actual next cycle that includes both Committee of the Whole and council.
I'd sooner see some input from council before you go out there and, what if I want fish cakes? I don't know, I'm just saying, I don't know, I just find that if they've already worked everything out and come back here, and there was 3 things that council said, why didn't you put in there? Now you got to go back and work out again. I can see that you need some kind of parameters, but I don't know, especially with the Y. Maybe with this part I could live with, but with the Y, I want some questions answered before our negotiators go and start talking to the Y seriously.
If I can ask the council for a suggestion in terms of what the process should be?
Well, I'm asking how we can do this. I'm just saying, it's a negotiation for a contract. Can we legally have an in-camera meeting where council sits down, says what they want in that contract to go and negotiate?
Well, I think what we're trying to provide here, Councillor, is a venue or a forum for you to participate in with respect to what's going to be negotiated, and that venue is a Committee of the Whole meeting. Okay, now whether or not we would have to go into closed session or not would be up to the clerk and the CAO, but for the most part, what you're asking for is a venue. What you're asking for is a process. Now, unless you want to actually go stand shoulder to shoulder with staff and negotiate this, which, by the way, is up to you, you're just asking for a venue. You're asking for an opportunity to speak on what is being negotiated. That opportunity is the Committee of the Whole. Okay, and then beyond that, that's a special Committee of the Whole. That's not, don't get confused with the Committee of the Whole of the next cycle. That would be a special meeting of Committee of the Whole. Okay, and then of course the second opportunity you would have, even beyond that, would be the next cycle, which would be Committee of the Whole and Council. So if you have another suggestion in terms of a venue to be offered to have that dialogue, then by all means bring it up. But according to our procedural bylaw, according to Municipal Act, the only venue that you can be offered is a committee of the whole meeting.
Okay, I have no interest in micromanaging staff when they begin negotiation. I want staff to ask the right questions. I think there's some questions around this table that maybe council wants included in that ask right off the get-go before we have to then renegotiate it. So Mr. Heil could tell me a way to, I understand, open committee of the whole. I just think it'd be easier if the questions were asked up front and then something brought to us. Would it change? I don't know, but.
Well, and again, I'm trying to be according to council's procedural bylaw here. And that's to be open and transparent. So the easy thing to say is just fire off a whole bunch of emails to Mr. Makins and Mr. Sinez, and they can actually include that in their discussions. I wouldn't recommend that. I would recommend to have an open public meeting that you can actually articulate exactly what those questions are. Now, unless you want to do it tonight, the only other opportunity we can do this in is during a committee of the whole meeting. I can call a special meeting, committee of the whole meeting, that you can then bring out all your questions having to do with both the YMC or the Y programming, as well as what we're entertaining right now. I don't know of another way we can do that under the Municipal Act.
This would include staffing questions, possible wage questions.
That would have to go into closed session during that committee of the whole meeting.
Fair enough. Okay. So then during that meeting, we could go in.
That's right. Mr. Heil.
What we'll do to get it started, Your Worship, we're going to pull together a list. We know we've got a list of all sorts of things that we had before this meeting, from our meetings with staff back in October, from our discussions last September, from discussions with the committee and the various groups. The negotiation will be all-inclusive of everything that we can think of. What we will do is we will paraphrase what the issues are, put them in a list, and then provide them to members of council so that you've got it and we know what we're going to do. What our intention would be in this is to produce this list as all-inclusive we could possibly make it, and then seek out a memorandum of understanding. Not an agreement, just a simple memorandum of understanding. The YMCA of Niagara said today that they can't, it's not a done deal yet. They have to have their board approve it. And it's no different than this council. This council has to approve this contract. It's not a done deal. Council tonight said, yes, we're going to engage them. If you can't arrange it or arrive at a suitable contract, it stops. What we need to do is to pull everything together that we know that there might be issues, cover off all the groups, the polo, everything that we can think of in a list of things that have to be addressed and how we think they can be addressed by the Y. The Y is going to respond to that. That's what we're coming back to the table here. It's not going to be a done deal. It certainly cannot be a done deal. This council can only approve that, and not us. We will produce for you the best that we possibly can in discussion with a memorandum of agreement with the same staff and counterparts of the YMCA of Niagara that accomplishes and addresses every concern that we can think of and some that you can think of, so that when we come back to this table with a draft memorandum of agreement, simply says, this is how we're going to resolve these issues, it's a yay or nay at that point. If it's not, we go back to them. It's no different than a memorandum of understanding with respect to a union negotiation or anything like that. The intention will be to bring to you something which identifies and resolves all of the issues. And if you have other ones that need to be addressed, we will be very happy and very quick to take those and throw them on our list and discuss them with the YMCA. But it has to come back here, and we will make sure that it comes back. And apart from identifiable individuals or other issues that may be subject to solicitor-client privilege, it will be a public discussion. That's all there is to it.
Thank you, Councillor, or thank you, Mr. Heil. And I have to emphasize that and be very clear on this. because the only venue that council is allowed to entertain us in is in either committee of the whole or council. And that's the venue. Now, whether we have to come back here and discuss what you folks may hammer out with the why or with these proponents, if we then have to have another meeting, then that's the way it is. So be it. But at the end of the day, it is critical that this be done in public, open session. And it goes to the comment that you made, Councillor, earlier, Councillor Bodner, with respect to reports. Although, you know, we expect councillors to read their reports, I think Councillor Desmarais was simply trying to articulate a lot of what she's heard, although the answers were in the report. You were trying to articulate for the camera those things that you've heard in terms of the questions, and I respect that. But again, you know, I encourage staff to hammer this out. You know, you've heard what the concerns are. Do the best you can. You heard tonight. Do the best you can. I'll call a special meeting, a committee of the whole meeting through the clerk. That will include, obviously, the possibility of going into closed session because of HR issues, and we'll deal with it. And if we have to have another meeting after that, then it is what it is. So be it. But I just feel very strongly that it has to be done in open session, not just simply through emails and through private dialogue. Councillor Steele?
Thank you, Your Worship. Back to Report 2012-5.
Okay, Councillor, your comments aren't on this?
Well, I want to comment on the report that's on the table.
Okay, I have Councillor Danch first, then I'll go back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Steele. Councillor Danch?
I think my question is towards Ron there, reading that one about the restaurants and whatnot. They're not speccing in a deep fryer or like a hood system or anything like that. I just wondered, I mean, things do change down the road, and he might want fish cakes, but I want French fries. And without that capability, I mean, you know, people will change down the road. Maybe they can spec in the pipe for the exhaust or something like that, so that, you know, down the road, maybe McDonald's may want to be the ones that are going to be going in there. Just my own one concern.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Hanson?
Through Mr. Mayor, we've had, through the advisory committee, had all those discussions on the type of facility that we're going to provide to, whether it's the food vendors or all the other proponents that are coming in there. There's no facility in there for deep frying. In the concessions, both the concession areas and the bocce facility, there'll be no deep frying in any of those. There's no natural gas over to those facilities. So it's simply a retail outlet for food that Subway, for instance, or any other proponents that talked to us during the RFP proposal, they're aware of what we're providing, and that's what's available. The deep fryers aren't an option within the facility.
Thank you, but, well, hold on. Ron didn't finish the whole, but the possibilities of having French fries. Mr. Makins, can you comment on that, please?
Certainly, part of the discussion was that there are alternative ways of providing French fries, whatever, that you don't need a deep fryer or whatever. So the technology is now available that it can be done commercially, so you can still have French fries.
Which is in most facilities these days.
Which I'm not sure what Subway's going to propose in their proposal, but we'll bring that back. But certainly, if somebody was in there later on and wanted to have French fries, you could do it without the deep fryer.
Thank you. Okay. And they're good, too. I've had them before.
I know Niagara on the Lake, they have the little oven-baked type of thing. Right. So, I mean, I know that's out there. I'm just thinking, down the road, why would you not spec in something like that, just in case? I mean, if it's just a pipe and a hood. 32,300,000.
Councillor Steele.
Thank you. Just a clarification, to outfit the three facilities in our facility, the bocce, the two concession stands, would have been well over $1 million just to deep fat fry. That's your exhaust vents, your hoods, your fire suppression systems, everything you need by code would have been well over $1 million. And with alternative means of doing things, putting it on the onus of the vendor, it was something that we were able to cut out of the facility without losing much. So just to clarify that, believe me, most facilities today don't, some do, some don't, have deep fat frying. You see a box on there, it's electrical, there is oil in it, has its own little fire suppression system in it. They can, they all started out with 1 or 2 servings. Now you can do a ton of them. They're very good. You would never know the difference unless you saw the machine. I don't know whether they're healthy or not, but Anyways, through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Makins. Mr. Makins, on page 101, there's a list of those that received an expression of interest. I think for public's true facts, because there's a lot of not so true facts out in the public today regarding our facilities. Can you go through those that submitted an expression of interest, that either attended our meetings or received a proposal package, and then some failed or didn't proceed to give us a submission, and some did? So could you go through those names, please, and tell us to the extent of what they did?
Thank you, Councillor
Yeah,
Stiles.
through you, Mr. Mayor. There's about 4 different areas that we were looking for expressions of interest. They kind of break down into programming of the facility. That was both the warm and cold side, food services, retail, and the fitness area. So under the programming, we were looking for, like I say, somebody that might be interested in either the warm or cold side or both. We sent out a expression of interest to a company called Canland. They run some private arenas now. The Sports Center Design Management, SEDM, in Burlington. The Niagara YMCA. Global Spectrum Facility Management, and again, it's another private facility that manages facilities, and a place called Players Paradise, which is an indoor soccer facility in Hamilton. Out of all the ones that of the programming, only one submitted an expression of interest, and that was the Niagara YMCA. Under food services, we had.
Can you clarify further your next, with regards to attending and
Right.
submitting?
Okay,
I
sure.
want you to cover
Programming all the way through?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so from the programming, we only had, like I say, only one submitted an expression of interest, and that was the Niagara YMCA. They did attend the staff meeting and received a proposal package, and they did submit that package on time, and it was complete, and it was accepted. So that's where we got to the programming aspect of the new facility. Under food services, we had a number of different, like I say, companies received an expression of interest. Toffalo Enterprises, and that's the company that currently provides food services at our arena. Center Court Catering was another company that's put in a bid. They are actually at the McBain Center in Niagara Falls. The Icebox, which operates the facility down at H.H. Snow Park. Naveen Havid is a fellow that actually is currently, last year was operating the Harbor Master Building. Most Tap and Grill asked for a copy of the food services, RF or EOY, and Subway was the other company. So out of those ones that all accepted the expression of interest, we did receive, submitted an expression of interest on time by Toffalo Enterprises, Center Court Catering, the Icebox, and Subway. Those same 4 groups attended the staff meeting to get the actual proposal package, and of the 4 that received the proposal package at that meeting, only one submitted a formal proposal, and that was Subway. Okay. Under the retail aspect, we only had 2 groups that received the expression of interest, and that was Good Sport Excellence and Buckner Source for Sport. Out of those 2 that received it, only one was returned, and that was from Good Sport Excellent. They could not attend the meeting, but they did ask for a formal proposal package to be sent to him. He was away on vacation. And they did submit a proposal on time. It was complete, was accepted. Under the fitness package, we did have 3 groups ask for the expression of interest. That was G&M Fitness, Niagara YMCA, and Subway said they might be interested in doing some fitness component stuff too. So of the 3 that picked up the expression of interest, we did get submitted an EOI from all 3 groups, and all 3 groups did attend the staff meeting. After the staff meeting, we did receive a submitted proposal from just Niagara YMCA and Subway. Now, Subway was not interested in doing a full fit out of a fitness area. They were more interested in doing fitness classes. So we certainly looked at that as being not the same bid as what the Y was coming in as, and the Y is also packaged in with the programming aspect. So we looked at the Y as being our program provider for the warm side, including aquatics, fitness, gymnasium. So that's what's got us to today.
Thank you, Mr. Makins. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. So through you, Your Worship, Gary, our current facilities operator at the West Side Arena, former Teeter Kennedy in the Lions Park, which was Tofolo Enterprises, submitted an expression of interest, attended our meeting, but never submitted a further submission to get involved in this process. Is that correct?
Mr. Makins.
That's correct. No formal proposal was submitted.
So with all the articles in the newspaper about how bad City Council is towards our junior B owner, he doesn't even take the time to make a submission. Is that true?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. Sad day, sad day.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Gary. On the programming side, Canlan SCDM Global Spectrum Facility Management received the expression of interest, but nobody submitted an EOI or did anything else. Was there any follow-up done to find out why they're not interested?
Mr. Makins.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. I talked to a representative from Canlan and from SCDM. I think one of the problems was that they didn't feel there was enough to make the money off of it, just the programming side alone. Most of these companies actually run private arenas, and so they have the whole programming, staffing, and everything else. So it's one complete package, and that's where they are able to make a profit from. But certainly on the programming side alone, they just didn't see it being that.
Thank you. Councillor? That's fine. Any further questions or comments, members? With none, all those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 14, Councillor Bodner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the correspondence received from the Ontario Urban Forest Council re-awareness of the emerald ash borer and requests for a proclamation of a federal and provincial role in urban forestry be referred to the Environmental Advisory Committee for review and comment. Just through you to Mr. Hanson, I had brought this up some time ago, a year or so ago, about what are we doing in respect to ash trees in the city. I just wondered whether anything was, whether we had implemented anything or have anything lined up. There was nothing, I believe, in the budget on this.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bodner, there has been work done with regard to the ash tree population in Port Colborne. Actually, just in the last month, there was a seminar put on through Brock University, and they met in Seaway Park. There is an actual hot spot which has been identified in the southern part of the region, being the Mellenby, Kalali Street area. The city itself has been fairly active in terms of taking out the diseased ash trees along that section. We took out probably 30 to 35 trees in the last year. I know the fire chief on the fire property, he removed quite a number of trees that were infected. In fact, the mortality rate on the ash trees affected by the ash borer is 100%. There's no way of saving these trees once they're infected. So we are being proactive and monitoring the areas where they have been identified and including that with our tree removal program.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Councillor?
Just to pick up on that, 100% mortality, now there's groups out there that claim that they can save your ash tree by injecting and everything. In your, you've obviously dealt with this throughout the region and that, because there's a lot of people in my area that have ash trees, including me. And, everybody's always asking, what's the latest information? I just like to have your input on it.
Mr. Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our study on it has shown that the mortality rate is 100%. There is an injection system, a spray system that is available, that's been tried in the United States. The consensus on that is unless the particular tree had certain heritage values, say it was 100-year-old tree in front of your city hall or in your market square or whatever that had a significance, it may be worthwhile trying to use this process on it to save it. But in general terms, where you have a couple hundred ash trees along a particular roadway, it's 100%, and really there's very little value in spraying these trees. Our process, our follow-up has been to remove the ash trees and replace them with less prone trees to diseases that are known out there right now. So we're using some maple replacements and this sort of thing in place of the ones that we are removing.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions or comments on this report, members? All those in favor? Opposed? That'll be carried. Thank you. Item 18, Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Port Colborne not object to planting of native grasses on the condition that the engineer and operation department is satisfied that there will be no adverse impact to city property and be exempt from long grass prohibitions.
Do we have a seconder to this, please? Councillor Doucette. Questions or comments? Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you. This refers to the city-owned property on Pleasant Beach Road as it goes out to the lake. And I guess I have some questions. If anybody knows that area, that's, 66-foot wide stretch going out there. You see pictures on page 192, 193. And I guess, is there any thought that we should let the neighbors know that we're doing this? This grass obviously spreads. Is there any impact on the neighbors?
Who's dealing with this?
Also, where they're going to plant the grass, at least where they show here, is kind of the road allowance going out. Are we going to fence that off? Because that's well trampled in the summer by kids going to the beach and everything. I mean, that's just, dirt bikes, everything. I think it's a wasted exercise unless we're going to somehow divide that off. So I'd just like to know whether, this is an actual good thing. It sounds like it is. I kind of buy into stabilizing that part. I doubt whether it'll do anything for water coming up. I've seen those dunes move over the years with 500-pound boulders being rolled down the beach. So anything on the beach side, but will this spread to neighboring areas? Is there a concern for that?
Mr. Hanson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we actually have very little information from this group on the extent of the planning and what the impacts of this might be. There's some real concerns, given this is a public beach that's available to the area down there and to anybody that wants to use the public section of the road allowance there. I don't know what the concerns might be with the Conservation Authority as well. I think we have to be careful that we don't create something within the city property that could create a long-term restriction on the road allowance, perhaps prohibit traveling through this section. We just don't have any information here based on this. So I think somebody has to have a discussion with this group, and also we'd have to run this by the Conservation Authority in terms of the impact on the dunes, what their experience might be, to ensure that we're not putting any restrictions on the public property here that's used by Port Colborne residents.
Thank you, Mr. Howe.
I wish when the correspondence came in, with the issues, and the clerk and I are reviewing it, trying to decide what should happen with this. And we know the grass can be invasive, and it can be, but it is also stabilization in sand. There are two components to it. The request was to put it all on the beach. Our comment was it's private property, except for our road allowance. The fact is that they're going to have to go out and get approval from everybody else to plant it. Our concern follows exactly what Mr. Hanson is it going to impact on the road? There's a lot of things here. There just isn't the answers. And what the recommendation does, it provides engineering the opportunity to send them a note and say, what happens? Give us more details on it. And that's really what this is about. It says, if there's no impact, then, as far as engineering is concerned and the judgment of the professionals that work for the city, then go ahead. But if there's any impact whatsoever, including invasion of private property, then there really has to be consideration from our perspective, because it does impact the city's property if it is invasive on other properties.
Thank you. Councillor?
So then the recommendation doesn't really say anything other than we not object to it.
It's basically delegates.
So it's going back to engineering and operational services to...
Mr. Howe?
That would be the intention, Mr. Mayor, that it's basically a delegation to engineering and operations. If there's going to be any problems, that they would approve it or not approve it.
Could we involve the Environmental Advisory Committee on this too? That might be something they may want to get involved with. And if I'm not mistaken, do we not, I'm just thinking with the grass growing, do we not have to remove sand from time to time from that parking area there where it all blows back in? What if the grass starts to grow there? Can we not remove that sand then and we lose the parking area? So there's a little bit more to it than just, throwing some grass out there.
Mr. Hanson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be my main concern, that putting the grass in there on the dune would restrict the municipality from actually doing regular maintenance and perhaps even preclude access along there if it become a protected area. We've seen protected areas grow in the past and have caused all kinds of problems for us. So I'm not sure that this is a good idea without doing some more research and maybe talking to them. It may not have any value in terms of us managing that road allowance and trying to keep this open as a public beach. The dunes can be managed with fencing and other things and removal stand and sifting of the sand in various areas there without the use of this grass.
May I suggest, Councillor, and to Mr. Hanson, that we in fact ask staff for a report to come back to council versus the Environmental Committee. The last thing I want to see is the Environmental Committee making a decision, and obviously, especially the ward councillor is getting wind of it, and there's a problem with it, and then we have to go back and backtrack. So may I suggest that we actually have staff go back, get the facts, get the findings, and come back to council with a report and a recommendation based on that report. Is that fine? Okay. Pardon me? Yeah. Councillor Bonner, did you want to move that amendment?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Councillor Butters, want to second that? Okay. So on the amendment first, members of council, all those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried to the main motion as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Thank you. So that is it for the items, guys. We do have a 10:51. I'm not sure if we can get through the rest of the agenda by 11 o'clock, so I will accept the motion to go past 11 if need be. Councillor Steele, Councillor Doucette, all those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Let me fly through this, guys. Is there any notice, or are there any notices of motion? With none, motion to adjourn the committee of the whole portion. Councillor Elliott, Councillor Doucette, questions, comments, all in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. I'll now move on to the council portion of this evening's agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any addendum items?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's one item this evening, the addition of supplementary information with regard to Community and Corporate Services Report 2012-6 regarding partnership between Niagara YMCA and the City of Port Colborne to provide aquatic fitness and general programming at the Valley Health and Wellness Center.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mover and seconder to confirm the agenda, please. Councillor Danch, Councillor Elliott, questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Disclosures of interest. Councillor Danch.
Item 5 is there, customer at my store.
Thank you. Any further disclosures? I have 2 sets of minutes that I'll be asking a mover and seconder for. The first set of minutes is the fourth meeting special of council of February 13, 2012. And the second set of minutes are the minutes of the fifth meeting regular of council dated February 13, 2012. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Bodner, Councillor Desmarais, all those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Items requiring separate discussion. Councillor Steele.
Item 5 for the conflict.
Thank you. Any further items requiring separate discussion? With none, a motion to receive those items that don't require separate discussion. Councillor Desmarais, Councillor Doucette, questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Your Worship. Department of Planning and Development Report Number 2012-16, subject reimbursement and waiving of fees for Gateway Residential, 569 King Street.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Elliott, questions or comments to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. I do have the minutes of boards, commissions, and agencies, the minutes of the Heritage Pro Colborne meeting dated January 11th, 2012. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Bodnar, Councillor Butters, questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Are there any notices of motion? With none, Madam Clerk, the introduction of the bylaws, please.
That the following bylaws be read a first, second, third time and finally pass. Bylaw 56721812, being a bylaw to adopt the estimates for the City of Fort Colborne for its own operations for the year 2012. Bylaw 56731912, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 89-2000, being a bylaw regulating traffic and parking on city roads, Elizabeth Street. Bylaw 56742012, being a bylaw to authorize entering into a contract agreement with Associated Engineering regarding project 2012-3, request for proposal development of a water distribution system infrastructure needs study. And finally, bylaw 56752112, being a bylaw to temporarily close a section of King Street to vehicular traffic, April 14 and 15, 2012.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Steele, Councillor Butters. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That would be carried. Madam Clerk, the confirmatory bylaw, please.
Following bylaw be read first, second, third time and finally pass. Bylaw 56762212, being a bylaw to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Fort Colborne at its special and regular meetings of Council February 27, 2012.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Butters, Councillor Desmarais. Questions or comments? All in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, just an update on the upcoming meetings here in the Chamber. Monday, March 12th, 2012, we'll be having a Committee of the Whole Council meeting here starting at 6:30 p.m. And following that, Monday, March 26th, 2012, once again here in the Chamber, Committee of the Whole and Council beginning at 6:30 p.m. I'm going to attempt to call a Committee of the Whole meeting to discuss those issues that we discussed tonight with respect to the new Valley Health and Wellness Center, in particular as it relates to the YMCA and the concessions. Mr. Heil.
Your Worship, and also in accordance with previous direction, we were shooting for March 19th as a special meeting of Council, Committee of the Whole, to deal with service audit, to get that process kicked into gear, and then set up a regular schedule to deal with that. But right now, it's preliminary at March 19th, and you and I will discuss the agenda and the issues with the department heads.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. A motion to adjourn, please. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Steele.
Just a notification that I will not be here March 12th. I'll be out of the country.
Thank you, Councillor Steele.
Well, the accused is not showing up.
Mover and seconder to adjourn, please. Councillor Danch, Councillor Doucette, any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That will be carried. Have a wonderful week. I adjourn.